We are live. What?
Alrighty.
Ready. Let everything update. Oh, having another monitor is so nice. I can be so much more productive when I have a third monitor.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll have six. You know, it's just like if three is more productive, then six must be more.
Yeah, of course.
Is that how that works? Just have my whole back wall here, just all monitors. I'd spend more time trying to organize my monitors than actually doing it.
Yeah.
So welcome back, everybody. If you're here now, then awesome. If you're here after now, then that's awesome too. I know that these streams are getting a decent amount of views after the fact, so I appreciate everybody coming by and checking it out. This process has been a little bit longer than I thought it was, but of course, I thought when we did it, we were going to have more people. So, you know, it is what it is. We just plowing ahead. So I ran into an issue late last night in testing and working and poking around. Because as you can see, we have done some work. We've got legendary of all the things. Well, not all the things. We got to electromagnetic science, and we are doing. If you see, there's a little tiny little icon in here. We do have legendary ag, so we got all the legendary up until the last two. Today's going to be all about Promethium, but I also want to get some legendary cryo. So I ran into a problem yesterday that I had to figure out a quick fix for, one of which, the reverse factory, did not work with cryoscience at all. If you tried to put cryoscience in a reverse factory, which is one of these guys, it would just tell you flat out, you cannot do it. That was a huge problem because that's literally like the backbone of this attempt. This is like these grinders, which we have several different designs for. We've just kind of been experimenting with different designs and all that kind of stuff. So we've got like this design here. We've got one over here on Vulcanus. This is a lot. This is a lot of these. On Vulcanus, I'm pretty sure I've got mine up on Gleba. So this is the wired disaster that we got. Still the crafters up here, which have gotten even more complex than they were. Like part of me just I'm just kind of amazed that it even works. But yeah, Aquilo Science is being made. Fulgora I did a couple nights ago, so Fulgora is up. It follows, once we sort of fell into a design pattern, this kind of just follows that, right? You've got your initial burst of regular crafts that come down, right? So we've got the actual science coming in, which I put in undergrounds to make room for potential beacons, which, yeah, we don't really need many beacons. Like I put these 2 beacons on here, and that's more than enough to feed this machine. But yeah, we have the initial burst with the products that it produces, but then these products, right, there's a certain tier of which that we need to then reverse and then recraft into what we want. Mainly the epics. We need to take the epics and we need to upcraft them. And because what's great about the way that I design, or the way that I built mod pack and all the settings and stuff, every time you do something, you up the quality level every time. So you have a guaranteed quality bump, at least one. So we're bringing in uncommons by the most uncommon, which when you use quality in here, automatically upgrades those, right? So you automatically get that uncommon into rare. Well, the rare also steps up, so you get rare into epic, and then epic into legendary, and then from there we'll figure it out, because mythic is on top of legendary, but these legendary crafters will get to there. Right now they don't, but they will. So and let's see, okay, so the last planet was Aquilo, and again I had to fix. Wow, I'm getting some lag. What is going on with the server? Jesus. Streaming shouldn't be. Wow.
Oh, yeah, now it says you're being dropped.
Jesus. This is crazy.
I think that one's.
I'm streaming at a fraction of what my bandwidth is, so I don't think it's that. Did you just do anything big? Like.
Nope, not a thing.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, I was just. Oh my god. I'm like several commands behind here. Come on, game. It's literally everything is literally quiet. I don't know what it was having problems with, but there we go. That was that was weird. That was just a weird hitchy mess. Something triggered somewhere. Oh, here it goes again. I had a moment of reprieve. Yeah, I'm like, is there I have the FPS UPS here. I wonder if there's a ping, a server ping thing that I can have up here, because it's like this. It's like the server is having these weird like waves of packet loss or something. I don't understand. Anyway, so I had two big problems that I ran into in my testing. I talked about the first one, Aquilo Science not being reverse factorable. That was a huge problem, not being able to grind Aquilo into legendary. Like, we would have had to do it the old way with like recyclers, right? And yeah, a 25% reduction, even with quality, right, would be a huge cost. Like, you'd have to produce, instead of 500,000 science a minute to consume, you're gonna need 2 million to, you're gonna need to produce that much. It would be insane. But the other problem was Promethium, and I have my test worlds, because I don't have any of that in this world yet, and I had to verify it, but it was true that Promethium, when you reverse factoried it, would use the base game recipe. It wouldn't use the upgraded recipe that I have added via the Promethium processing. Right? So we have this efficient Promethium science recipe. And this is what is added with the Promethium processing mod, which is just a better... It forces you to actually process your Promethium, right? So part of the mod originally was it changed the vanilla recipe to be even crappier, and then introduced this new recipe that was like, hey, incentivize this. Well, the problem was the reverse factory would just use the vanilla recipe, which was bad. right? Because I changed it in the original version or the previous version of the mod. I changed it to craft only 2 science, and rather than like the 10 that it would normally craft. So I made it even worse, and so when you would reverse factory it, you would get, with 2 Promethium science packs, you would get 25 Promethium asteroids. Right? It didn't take 25 Promethium asteroids to make those, not with the mod. So I worked and worked. It was like 2 a.m. when I finally got to bed last night. But I worked, and I kind of had to put a hack in. I kind of had to hack it because there's no way around the reverse factory and how it garbled up the Aquila science. Because there was more than one output, right? Because it would return a little bit of hot fluoroketone. It assumed that it was probability based. And because it had more than one output, it just didn't work with the reverse factory. So I had to readjust the recipe via the Promethium mod. I just basically detect that reverse factory exists, is installed, and if it is, rebalance this recipe a little bit. It still is the same cost. It just doesn't return any hot fluoroketone, right? Because the base recipe was you put 6 cold in and you get 3 hot back. That was the recipe. So it costs 3. So what I did is I just have 3 cold in and nothing back. So it still costs the 3 cold net cost. So the grinding of Aquilo is going to cost an enormous amount of fluoroketone. We're going to need to massively ramp up the fluoroketone production on Aquilo, like huge. So we're going to need probably to expand the fluorine gas. Like we're going to need quite a lot of infrastructure to quality grind the fluoroketone or the cryogenic science. And Oz was staring just lifelessly at Aquilo here earlier, so he's probably already thinking. But yeah, we are going to need a huge. Now it's slightly simplified because we're not going to get any hot back, but we're going to need a lot of input. It's going to be nuts. And for several days now, I have been working on a Promethium ship and grinder, and this is what triggered the problem, right? Because I was working on the ship and I was like, I don't know what we're gonna run into here, but I was really worried, and so I did some tests on my test world, and sure enough, I ran into the problem that I had to fix. So the new version of the FG Promethium, whatever the name of the thing is, like at this point it's all a blur. I have so many mods, but my version of the Promethium does, the new version, if you don't have the reverse factory mod, it really doesn't make, there's no difference in the mod at all. There's no change. It's only when you have the reverse factory mod installed as well that it actually tweaks the recipe, because there's no point if the reverse factory doesn't exist. The problems would not persist. So I have a blueprint book here with the Promethium Mark II, right? So this ship was the base of what I started with. And I have been working for days tearing down the infrastructure, or some of the infrastructure on this ship, and rebuilding it anew with all of the new gubbins that we have access to. Mainly ammo casting, which has been a lifesaver, like an absolute lifesaver, as well as redesigning the Promethium stuff, because the Promethium stuff was just sort of tacked on. And because originally this ship, where's the original version? Vanilla. Promethium platform. So this is the original version, right? All of the belts. The belt storage mechanics of the original Promethium, we don't need those anymore, right? Promethium, we have processing for. I hated everything about the belt like storage mechanics of Promethium. I don't know why they did it the way they did it. It was super annoying and just didn't look very good. And probably caused its fair share of lag having that many belts on a platform, like crazy. But so we went from this to this with the Promethium processing, and I never liked this at all. This was always just a hack. And now with casting, we have in progress this little guy, right? So I have been working and working. It's not finished, which is what we're going to do today, is finish this beast. Because I need to go out and get the material. I need to go out and actually get some Promethium, because all of these recipes in here are locked. And they start unlocking as soon as you start crafting the thing. Right? As soon as you grind some Promethium, boom, the fluid unlocks. As soon as you craft some fluid, boom, the plates unlock. Right? The plates unlock, boom, the craft unlocks. And that would unlock all the crafts. I cannot pick the quality up here yet because the crafts are not unlocked. But I have little markings here for like this is rare, this is epic, etc., etc. So I'm trying to organize it in my brain, and not easy. And then I realized that with Promethium now, this is the only recipe in the game. Okay, so this Promethium recipe, right, is the base one is hidden, because if a recipe is hidden, the reverse factory ignores it completely, right? And I needed. I was kind of I just was panicked. Like, how do I hide this? So you can't quality grind Promethium until you unlock this recipe, and then bam, you've got it, right? So, and then the balance changes with this craft up here. This is the research as a more efficient way of getting the plate. And then finally, you've got basically twice as much Promethium crafting power. Right? But I was like, as we're crafting Promethium, I was like, how are we going to get, because this crafts 10 at a time, the reverse factories are going to need 10, right, of any quality. They need 10 to actually reverse craft it, right? How do we do that? Because we can't put any other storages on space platforms. So I have to use the cargo hub. I have to use this hub for the actual things. And so that's why the reverse factories are here. I originally had them like up here, but I'm like, I have to start the process down here. It just has to be done, and then we can work from there. But yeah, this was it was not the most ideal. I could take these, push them up into here, and then filter them by type. Right? I could filter the stuff coming out of here, because the quality in here means this crafter is going to be able to create the whole spectrum of quality. Well, I need to limit what qualities we come in here. So we have the uncommons. These are going to be the most frequent craft, and then we have the epics and we have the rares coming in here, and then I override the stack size. So these are all stack inserters to ensure that they move 10 at a time, because that's just how you do it. And then I have the parts output, split between the rares. Again, this is going to upcraft everything that goes into it. So the rares and then the greater than rares. The greater than rares come over here and they get split apart. Because the rares, I've learned from the other setups that we have, right? This rare set in many of these is just not fast enough. And that is true all the way down to like the greens, right? This greens, right? These rares, these 4 rares here, not fast enough. These things are constantly getting just inundated. So as we do bigger and bigger researches, you know, millions upon millions of research, the cracks in the design start to show, and that gives you the ability to sort of redesign it with those cracks in mind, which really helps. But what I want to do is I want to finish the Promethium ship, get it flight ready, get it stocked, which is going to be a insane number of rockets. I mean, just getting the platform, because I have all the platform up here because the ship is so big that I needed the platform in here so I could actually scroll and actually see the whole thing. Because otherwise you're kind of locked behind a small little bubble, and you need the platform to actually stretch the screen. And this is almost to the very end of what you can build. So if we copy this, right? If we try to build here, you can see it's red. Actually, oh, it stretched out the buildable area. I built this and I stretched it out because these were what I moved them up, and there were just a couple tiles below turning red as they went up. But apparently, I don't know. Is there a limit to how long of a ship you can build? I know there's a limit to how wide you can build.
Yeah, I think as you build out, it just allows you to build it further and further.
Yeah, so you can see
the red is.
You can see right here. I'm building. Oh, and then it turns red.
Yeah, I'm sure there is a limit, but how far? Yeah, it's hard to know unless you actually try to build it.
Yeah, see, there's this is what I'm talking about right here. Like, this turns red, moving this across. I'm sure it does the same over here. But I don't know if that's dictated by the platform itself or the game. I don't know. I have no idea. And I keep hitting M, and I really shouldn't. Okay, so Aquilo, we can have Oz tinker on it for a little while, poke at it. We do have the quantum processors made on here. We have, a smattering of things, which is how we have the railguns, which is nice. But yeah, I think we're gonna need more fluorine, which we conveniently have a little outpost. We have down by our lithium brine, we have 3 massive fluorine deposits right down. So we could probably branch in some way, shape, or form a rail line coming down and do like a rail in the middle of all of that shit, and like, because we are going to need so much fluoroketone once this gets up and running.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I'll be able to research productivity once we get some Promethium, but yeah, we're gonna need a lot, quite a lot. And I do have 20 levels of mining productivity done, so that should also help things and stuff. Okay. So the Promethium ship itself is going to be hard to know what our production levels are going to need to be, but I can safely assume that we're going to need a whole lot of from this tier, the rare to epic. We're going to need these epics to come out, and we're going to need quite a lot of crafters to make the legendary and then the mythic, right? Because the epics, when we grind those, will turn into legendary. And then when the crafters for legendary, when we unlock mythic, those crafters will then make mythic automatically. So this step here is probably, I'm going to need more crafters for this, but I don't know how to do that. So we could do like something like this. Grab a copy of these. Come down here. These are going to go this way. Then we're going to have input, 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 input. Like that. It'll split everything, but I mean, it should literally split everything 50-50, right? 50% of stuff goes in here, 50% of the stuff goes in here. I mean, that should work. And then all of these other ones, as far as this first step here, all these other ones shouldn't really have a big issue. And why I didn't make these three apart, I do not, because I like the symmetry of having them two apart. But we can put like beacons. No, not there. Here, here, here. Oh no. Can't put it there either. I have a slight rule. It's no longer like a hard and fast rule. It's a slight rule of 1 beacon per building. Now there are definitely places that I break that because reasons. But vast majority of the places I designed to have 1 beacon. Mainly because I just don't think we need I don't think we need to wrap beacons around buildings. Okay, so this and this are going to be mostly epics. We are going to have a return here for mythic tier. So we can stack. Here, we can use filter and say epic for stacking, right? And then we can share the belts, so like that. And we can copy this, and then bingo bango, we have epics being stacked. Now the return here is going to be. We're going to want legendaries first, and then eventually mythics. Mythics guaranteed. So we're going to do the guaranteed of mythic here. And then we can do there. I'm going to actually try to keep this going. There. So that's going to be a very, very rare craft from this stage, right? This is going to be the rare stage, so we're going to have basically 1 in 1,000, or it's 100% chance to get epic, 1% chance to get legendary. Yeah, 0.1%. So 1 in 1,000 will be mythic. It still is possible. It still will happen. So you have to account for it because it'll gum up your whole system. And so what do we do with the legendaries tier? What we're gonna do is we're gonna pass it along, right? So epic, legendary, and mythic are the types that we're gonna be able to get out of here. So we're gonna do legendary here, here, and here. And these are gonna be on the inside of the build. So these are the 3 possible outcomes for this, right? Remember, these recipes I don't have unlocked yet, which is why I can't set them. But the legendaries have to continue, because once we unlock mythic, right, we're going to want to upcraft the legendary, right? Automatically. We're going to want to upcraft these. So as far as this goes, we have these being legendary. We could take the legendaries, stop them here, and uncraft them, because these are, remember, these are going to be 1%, 1 in 100 crafts will be legendary. And then down here, this, I mean, the odds of these being legendary are 1 in 1,000 from this stage. No, this stage has a 100% chance for uncommon, 1% for rare, 0.1% for epic. Yeah, 0.01. So it's 1 in 10,000 will be legendary. So these legendary crafters right here will not be running very much. So we can take the legendaries we get from here. Right? The epics is a different story. We're going to get many, many, many more epics. But the legendaries, we should be able to just pop here and upcraft them automatically. And so this is my final, these are my final products coming in. Okay. So this, I need this to be because this is needing to be, let's see, epic here, which we need legendary, which is legendary is guaranteed on this stage. So that kind of changes the equation. And then mythic is still going to be possible. Now I could run these belts up and loop them back and down. That way it would prioritize. If it does get gummed up, it shouldn't really be permanent, because even if these get gummed up and can't place, if these stop, then all of these will drain out. And then once it passes this point, boom, it'll kick on again and the whole thing will fire up, which is actually good because we don't want it gumming up. Right? What is one of the ingredients in these science in a large number? Spider eggs. So this process is going to be making spider eggs in all of the different tiers, right? And let me tell you, if a biter egg is legendary and it spawns a legendary biter, right? That legendary biter is going to be really tough. So it's a problem. Not even to mention the mythic one, 120 physical damage compared to 30. So 4 times the damage. And then base health, mythic is 1500. Right? From 375 normal. Like, they are tough little buggers, and they will obliterate your ship if they spawn. So we want to make sure, because these things are 100% efficient, we want to make sure we only do this process, right? We want to control these inserters, right? And only push stuff if we have room to store it. I would rather the science packs just sit in here at varying quantities and qualities than have like a bunch of biter eggs, mythics, and all that kind of stuff out here just sitting here rotting, right? Because they would hatch and they would destroy the ship. So we have to be very, very, very careful. Okay. So we have epics here. We'll take care of those probably separately. These crafters, this is why I expanded the nose of the ship, because these crafters they just take up so much damn space. I might pull all of this back and do it nice and tight against this. That way I can wrap, because I need a ton more storage. I'm gonna have so much storage. And I'm hoping that we can place enough crafters up here that we'll be able to, hit our target production in a reasonable amount. But we'll probably have more than one of these ships, because it will need one out and about getting Promethium and coming back, and one sitting at home completely full, actually crafting the science right as we need. There's going to be a lot of shenanigans involved with how we're going to deal with this. Okay. Double check all my numbers here. Everything is good. Wow, 0 drop frames today. That's amazing. Okay, so we have legend. Okay, so legendary, we need to possibly grab one of these. If we get a legendary out of this, then we need to come up here to mythic. Okay, the quality jump in every step is, my brain just, it doesn't like it. I'm like, okay, we're getting legendary out of here. Let's go to the legendary tier and do this. And no. Legendary out of here means we can come up to mythic and do that, right? Because we'll grind these to mythic and then craft the mythic directly. That's, my brain just doesn't want to think about that. Let's take this. Get rid of that. Why are these? Oh, I have that. That's right. Put that here. This moves up to that. Let's paste this one over here. I like symmetrical designs. They're just aesthetically pleasing for some reason. I don't know why. But symmetry, humans are big on symmetry. Because yeah, once that recipe unlocks, I need to come in here and do a whole bunch of like rearranging of recipes, making sure it's got quality modules. And yes, I even have like mythic productivity modules, which this will give a roughly 48% an add-on to productivity. And I don't know why, as a side note, some things have a productivity cap and some do not. And I looked at the mod that increases the productivity cap, and I don't know where the productivity cap would be coming from after the fact. Because if you look at these, you can see 300% equal limit. 300% equal limit. And then these, I don't have enough researches to show those. But if I had a crafter, right? Green crafter, 300% equal limit. So for some reason, these are limited, and yet if we look at bricks, 500%. Right? So bricks is actually working. The productivity limit on that is working, but not for the circuits. Why are the circuits limited? These should not be limited to 300. I mean, they will be limited. They should be limited to 500, not 300. So I don't know what is resetting that limit on some products and not others. But I did a little cheese on Fulgura. This will be a little fascinating to you. In my setup of quality grind on Fulgura, I drained the base's ice and stone completely. Okay. So I was like, all right, let's use the stone shuttle, which is now called Cold Stone, to route ice and stone from Volcanus to Fulgura. Well, I completely drained all of the stone that we had in reserve on Volcanus. We had so much stone, several warehouses full of stone, and I drained it all in a matter of 40 minutes. It was gone. I launched it all up into space and sent it all to Fulgura. And once Volcanus was empty, I was looking at the grinder here because there is a lot of potential stone in this grinder. Like a lot, right? Every one of these has the potential for stone. And I also researched productivity in the lava, so now these are crazy. Hey, Gino, how's it going? But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna max out productivity on bricks and see if I can figure that out. So we have a cheese where I take stone, make it into bricks, reverse it back into stone, and then feed, right? If it's over a certain amount, I feed, because this is a normal warehouse. This isn't logistics enabled. This one, right, I feed if we need it, right? Because I didn't want to fill it up because of the actual grinders or the recyclers. So like this little system, this little loop here, this productivity loop, is an infinite stone production, right? So because it literally ran out. Now there's a shame because there's not an ice version of that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I could technically bring ammonia here and do that way, or I mean, I don't even know. You could maybe, no, you couldn't do it. You could maybe do it with space science, but if you're already in space, then who cares? So, I mean, the cold, we got a bunch of ice on here. I even have a bunch of asteroid chunks, and I'll explain that in a second. But I dropped a load of these off on Novice already. But yeah, every time the circuit condition fires, this thing goes to Fulgura and unloads, and mostly now it just unloads ice because we have more than enough stone. But yeah, look at that, it's just triggered once an hour, so that was a pretty good timing on that. And that is triggered, that's triggered via circuit condition that I have a timer on here that just it just goes up to an hour and then resets. And then the condition here just goes, and if it's over that amount, then trigger it. And then it only counts the timer when it's in orbit above Aquilo, so it doesn't do it while it's out and about and running around. And this also ensures, huh?
You said Aquilo. Did you mean Fulgora?
It orbits above Aquilo.
Oh, okay.
So it parks itself above Aquilo, because that's its primary purpose, is to satisfy Aquilo. And then once an hour, it just makes a jaunt to Fulgora. Just in case Fulgora needs ice, because trust me, when the system gets up and humming, like, we actually ran out of holmium on Fulgora. We have 2 warehouses of holmium, and it burned through that so fast. So yeah, I've been trying to do a bunch of research to holmium solution and electrolyte productivity, because holy Jesus, do we go through a lot of that. I mean, if you look at the Fulgora grinder itself, right, and you look at like what is the rate production of all this, you can see it'll use 16,000 electrolyte per second, and the same amount of holmium.
Request in chat.
Ooh, I do. Navis base. Okay. Well, Navis, here's the overview of the Navis base. Let me turn off those. So a tour of the Navis base. We have our little zoo down here. We have a single tamed. It's tamed. This is kind of the base of all of that. This is our Covarex setup. Everything here is pretty standard. And then we have an oil setup, also fairly standard. You know, you got the oil, and you got the things, and you got the stuff, and you got the plastic, and all of the. But then we have the upgraded smelting stacks. So we have iron, copper, molten, and then we have the production from that. So we have this giant steel down here, which we should have another steel somewhere. In Auste, where did the other steel go? Where did you put the other steel?
Oh, I didn't put down another steel crafter, because that the one we have is like 2,500 production already. 25.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely enough. I didn't even look at what the production capabilities of that was. I was just like, we need another line of steel, because this alone right here, these space platforms to fill this up, this alone uses that entire belt. And remember, these are stacked 10 high, right? So this belt is capable of moving 600 a second right now. And these 4 crafters, you destroy that belt, right? They just completely eliminate all the steel on that belt. Because these things want 931 a second. So that whole belt just evaporates. And then that's not counting like purple science, which destroys it itself. Like, so crazy amount of steel that we use. There's 2. Well, I have a patron. Patrons join on these multiplayer streams, so it's an option for patrons. So that we have, it's an evolved Navis base. Of course, we've got high level tech stuff for the Uber production. There's my blue setup, which is massively overbuilt. But yeah, everything here, and then we have the grinders, and then these are the custom grinders that I put a bunch of these down. But yeah, we have all of the grinders. Everything is good to go. But anyway, let's look at Promethium. So I think I'm gonna bring this all back a little bit. Maybe right in. Give ourselves a couple squares. And then I might want to move this belt in. And then move these back. Just because that will allow me to like put these up like that. Remember, I'm going to need a unholy amount of storage in here. So, make sure these are the sided. Yep. Okay. This mythic tier obviously is going to be mythic from the get-go. So, let's see. This is legendary, so we want this and this. This is inside, this is outside. We want... Doesn't really matter where this goes. This is legendary tier. Okay. So we have this legendary here. We need to pull these off. I have undergrounds in here. I don't really need them. They look, it's just a cleaner look, but I don't really need these undergrounds. So this is going to be to craft the legendaries that we're going to come off of this. Now, we are not at first going to be needing legendaries or upcrafting legendaries. But we go left, filter, legendary. Let's move this in one. Like this. How do you use patron instead of trust?
Basically, just, once you get to know somebody, let them.
Because now if I know you, like if I know you personally, right? That's different. But in general, if I've found that if a person has a little monetary investment, they are less likely to be assholes. Let's just... So, like, somebody who just is like, hey, I've known you for a long time or whatever. Like, I had my sister who was on here. She wasn't a patron, but I knew her. So it's a different thing when you know somebody. But you just letting just anybody come in and join, like, it's not I've just found that if you have skin in the game, if you have money on the line, a person is just less likely to be an asshole and to troll and to try to make other people miserable. And that's really that's why there's the gate. Because, and it's not even that's not even a guarantee. Because I've had a few over the years that are just like cringe, that I had to basically sit down and be like, listen, like, I appreciate the support, but that doesn't give you carte blanche to be an asshole. It just doesn't. So, you know, but yeah. And that's great, but I can't make an exception to the rule because then I have an exception to the rule. And the exception, if you have an exception, it disproves the rule, which is, it's just kind of then it's not a rule. So it's, okay, that is, this will eventually be mythic. So once we research mythic, we're gonna need to basically allow both legendary and mythic science to be consumed for a while until it's basically processed. Because it's gonna be a mishmash until all of the crafting systems sort of flush all of their legendary stuff into mythics, and then we'll just get mythic stuff. So, the legendary here will be, this is legendary tier, so this will be legendary for a little while, because the legendary stuff, when it gets reversed here, there again, the chance to quality up or up the quality here is the same percent as crafting. So some of this will come in here as legendary, and it will at first just craft directly into legendary, but then eventually it would craft into mythic. So okay. So we want to gate this square and this square. We want to block the legendaries coming in here. Right? And just, how did I do this? There's a quirky way of doing this. I'm gonna need to take this back. Okay. I've got this kind of design in several places, but it allows a pass through, right? It allows a pass through of a tier if you block. Oh, why is that going the wrong effing direction? There we go. Um, so this will filter out legendaries. Now, here, right here is where the legendaries will come through. Now, how did I can't remember exactly how I designed this in other places. Where did I put this? Let me look on Quora. Every one of these designs is different. It's so funny. Liba, did I use it here? I don't think so. This is just is a small disaster of wiring. We'll have a good one. Ooh, yeah, this wiring. Where did I use that design tenet? Or did I use it and then scrap it because it wasn't working? Because I have all of this stuff coming in here. I honestly can't remember where I did this. These are the reds and the greens are really basic. Like they're really basic. Like first pass, just God, I hope this works sort of Hail Mary. But I think I had it as down my little mock-up area. Right here. No, that's... Yeah, this takes the legendaries. This is not... Yeah. I knew I did it somewhere, but I probably... Oh. Let's go back to Promethium. So legendaries here. We won't get many of once we research Mythic. And that's really where my brain sort of... Because it just feels like there would be a flood of legendaries. And it's like, no. It's not a flood. There would be a few of them, but not as many to upcraft as you think. So what we do is we turn this off, this belt right here. This belt turns off. Or no, it's this one. This belt turns... Oh, which one is it? I'm pretty sure this belt turns off when mythics exist, and this belt turns off if mythics don't exist, right? Because if mythics don't exist, then we want all of the legendaries that come in here to go onto this belt. But if mythic exists, then we want all the legendaries that come in here to go onto this belt, right? So this is basically like a gate. Which one of these do you go on? With this one blocked, yes, when it finally enables, this would allow, whatever smattering of legendaries are on there, it would allow them through. But again, once we research it, we're gonna need a few. We're gonna have to have a little bit of legendary consumption We're going to have so many legendaries that we're going to want to consume. Okay.
Nom, nom, nom.
Nom, nom, nom. Okay, now we want the real issue here is going to be, what do we do with all these epics that we're going to be getting? Because these 4 crafters, this is going to be a huge amount of epics that we're to the point where I almost want, I kind of wanted there's the problem is these are going to come in here. I mean, I could do this, because if we get epics into here, those are going to upcraft to legendaries anyway, and legendaries right here. So epics, right? We're going to have epics. Epics are going to come in. They're going to hit this, not get filtered. They're going to hit this, and they're going to get filtered. Right? You're going to have a bunch come in here. But we don't really want that. So I think what I want to do is I want to skip that. I think that's the part that I was missing. This is why my brain is like not comprehending. Right? So the epics come in here, they hit this, the legendaries get filtered, the epics bypass that and come up here. The mythics too. The mythics will bypass that and come up here. And that's fine because mythic is the last here, and then we could be a cheeky, we could do like make sure that's we don't have any excess. But then the epics bypass, the mythics bypass, and this is a gate, right? We can still gate this on which side of this belt the legendaries pass through. And that's what happens here. And then we can get rid of these inserters because we're not going to get any legendary components. But then we have to connect these to circuits. Or just control them directly with a combinator like this. And we can just set this to legendary. Right? We have legendary 1. And then this can come here and here. And here and here. Right? So if legendary, so the enable condition here, we want to enable this one when legendary greater than 0. Okay. So that's good. We want to enable this one when mythic is greater than 0. Right? And then we copy and paste that. So when mythic is enabled, which we have to come up here and manually switch this over, because I don't think there's any way to determine what the top, what quality you have, researched up to. I don't think there's any way to read that information. So this will enable when we have mythic enabled, which all the legendaries will just get shuffled into there. And then this one will enable when we have legendary, which is what it is now, and then those will get passed through onto here. Right? So we want we then want a filter up here. We want this to enable with greater than or equal to legendary. And then that can get run around like that. Now we don't have to do this. Is there reason to not? Because that means everything coming out of here is going to be epics. But those epics have to come back in some way, shape. So we are going to want I don't know what our volume from this first stage, right? This first stage is not, there's not a lot of volume coming out of these tiers here. There will be, but not even close to how many are going to come out of this tier. But there's still going to be some. And I really don't want to have a bottleneck right here where we're not able to push stuff onto this belt fast. And I'm wondering if I just do this, if this one side is going to be right, because this is going to be one side of the belt. All of the output from all of these outside of epics are going to be on that lane of this belt. Now they're all going to be stacked, which will help. But what I could do is have all of the outputs from these lower machines down on the other side of the belt. Right? So these mythics, rather than going like on the inside of this lane, because this lane will be there, these can go on the other side of the lane, which will maybe be I don't know. I've never done this before, so this is all new to me. This goes here. We could do this. Well, how about we do this? We swap this to the other lane. That efficient. Okay, so this now swaps that lane. We can do the same over here. Swap that lane. That. And now we have that. For a return, we have this for the supply. So this will merge whatever line the belts are on. This will merge them down and allow them to go forward. And then the next set is basically a straightforward set. We have these we can put there because these two don't have them. These do. So we have this and this. And remember, these are going to be epics, right? Let's put these in here. We're going to want these. Here. Now, what is the best way? Remember, we are going to want to control... Trying to be space efficient and do this correctly is... this is where other beacons could... I mean, I could easily put a beacon in here. And hit everything. But the problem with this is going to be ensuring that there's no eggs chilling, right? There's just no eggs. Just, ooh, that's going to be rough. I need to use the bathroom. Be right back. All right. So, to ensure that we're not sharing, because if we have like another one up here with these, you'll have some ingredients up here and some ingredients down here, and they won't match. So that's a problem. That's a huge problem. I think as well, I could do this.
So for the Aquilo Science, is this a decent position for it? Or do you want me to try and find a better spot?
Oh, no, that should be good.
Okay. I was initially just kind of mocking it up, but it's actually not bad placement either, so.
Yeah, and it's a it's a fun little puzzle.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, for the stack inserter here, we want to set to 10, right? Because these are crafted in tens, so you need to reverse factory them in tens. That's just how the mod works. You can't do a partial. If you wanted to do recycling, right? You could recycle the pack, and yeah, you could put quality modules. I believe you can put quality modules in a recycler, but you only get 25% back. So you lose a quarter of what you put in. And the reverse factory mod I added just prevents that. Right? Now, I could maybe edit the recycler, the vanilla recycler, instead of 25%, you just have 100%. but I don't know. I don't know how that would cascade to everything else. Like that's an untested balance change. You know, I thoroughly tested the reverse factory stuff, so anyway, let's see here. We have these are in groups of 10. Is what we want. Now, the reverse factories themselves, these are not. Why aren't these? Legendary. These need to be legendary. I don't really think we need beacons on if the reverse factory is not beaconed. I don't think we really need it. I just don't. We could do a splitter here that prioritizes this lane out, so it's like, you know, you have to have a certain level of production for it to cascade down. We could do that, and that would keep the first tiers like consistently running. So that would look like this, where you would have this output priority. This would actually be grabbing from the side, and you'd have something like that, right? So it would put those on this belt until it fills, and then it would pass them on to the next one. That goes there. Make sure that's still 10. Make sure that's still 10. And there, and there we go. So that's a way to do that. And I really don't think we need, because these are going to be legendary. Crafting speed is 7.5. Like, that's really fast, considering how many resources we're going to be pumping out of here. Now, if we absolutely, positively need these beaconed, we have room for those here, right? So there is room if we need them. And it would also make these faster, which, again, this is where sort of my one beacon per building sort of kind of breaks down, because it's like, what do you do? What do you do when, you know, shenanigans start happening? So if we want another set of these, I don't know how many of these we're going to need, right? According to us, we need 12, but I'm not 100% sure. What I want to do is leave enough room to wrap this around and come down, but I don't want to go all the way to the tippy top here, because I need to get the storages over here. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of storage on this ship, like many of the storage, many. Okay, so this we want mythic. Well, how about we take these and put them down? Unify those. Take the mythic on the top. And then we want the legendary. Right? Because the epics, these will reverse into legendary and then craft into mythics when we have mythics. Before then, they'll reverse into legendary and then craft into legendary. That's kind of how that works. Which is why you can get away with just having these two outputs. And I think we want the next stage here. Cut and reverse that. So remember, these will fill up first, then they'll go past, and then these will fill up next. And these are in need of moving one square out, but I don't like that. So we'll just have these drop there. So there you go. These will drop there. Then we have these two. That. And then these can be on the inside. If these are on the inside, these will be on the outside. And that, we won't be able to fit another bank of these in. But we could do that. And that will be more than fast enough at first to do our initial bursts. Because these will be seriously pushing out a ton of science packs. All of this, of course, is going to use a vast amount of power, which is why we have the 2.8 version of the power bank here. All legendary, of course. And I can use this same platform, right? I can use this same platform design minus the grinder in here for the advanced belts, which is I want to do that. We're gonna move this little guy over to here so we can get another one there and get it nice squared off. Beautiful. There's going to be so much storage on this ship. It's going to be glorious. So the return of the science packs, we want to come down here. That doesn't go anywhere, so that's fine. Okay. Now we have these and these. Okay. We have not cut. Let's see. Do that. Now we need to gate all of these things based on how much storage is in here. We're gonna have a lot of storage. Don't misunderstand. We're gonna have a ton of storage. But this. And we need to leave enough room for like another set of these, like right here. Well, that's perfect. That is right there, razor thin, right? Razor thin, but this line here we can actually utilize. Yes, I need to. Every one of these has got to be moved. Because of course. So why don't we just clear these out? And then copy these. Paste them. Do one of the most protected ships in the verse. All the things. There's gonna be so much storage. There's gonna be more storage on here than woo. So yeah, there's plenty of room. For more crafters down here. According to what I've been told, we're gonna need a total of 12 these crafters, and this is 4. So we're gonna need 3 more banks, which is just about enough space here. So, yeah, we could do another one across, but that's cutting it a little close. I want to leave a little bit of space up here for it. Okay. Now. We have... I think I went around already to do stack inserters for my Promethium asteroids. Because I've got all of the... Because, yeah, we do have a mod on here that allows you to stack asteroids. And so I made the asteroid stack to 10. So you'll have 10, asteroids in a stack, which happens to be how many you can stack on a belt right now. Right? So it's a pretty decent amount. And then I have from the up here, I have stackers for all of these as well. Right? So these are all stacked as well. Because these are going to be probably the most active. Right? These are going to be the most active grabby hands. These ones on the corner will probably be secondary. These two will probably be a close second. But yeah, these are going to be crazy. I wonder if we could rotate these and get rid of the little slice. I don't think so, because they go backwards. So if we go this, and we do that. Oh, we could. But I don't think they'll wrap around, but they could. They just might. We need to make sure the wires are wired right, because I did extend this. Right, so it probably, see, it broke. Wire. So here. And right in here somewhere is the break. So this is there. I know I did it. I must have rewired a part of it last night. I just don't remember. So these, like, we can massively ramp up how many asteroids. Because what I want to do is I want to restack. So bulk inserters, so these won't be stacked here. But I do have like an inline restacker somewhere in here, or at least I did. I probably got rid of it. But it aims to restack the asteroids. So this ship has 3 different belt lines. We have a belt line right here. This is the ammo for the railgun. So we have a railgun line, right? Then we have a regular ammo line, which is right here. So this is bullets and missiles, which is this line. And then in between those 2 lines is the asteroid line. And so the only thing on this belt now are asteroids. And so we can rebalance or restack, right, based on the asteroid itself. So we can take and say this filter is for oxides. We don't want to do anything with this, but we want to grab and place like this. We want to place on the inside lane, because that's the lane these are going to put on, right? So this will rebalance oxide. So if we paste that and just set this to carbonic and then this to metallic, this will grab and basically restack them. So it'd be nice even stacks. And we can put one of these like on this side. We find like right in here. Like, doesn't really matter, right? So we have these. Now the Promethium will already be stacked, right? That's the primary purpose for the ship. So the Promethium asteroids stack. So those should be universally stacked as high as they can go. The stack inserters basically ensure that when they're placed onto the belt, they are going to be stacked. And then over here, we're not doing a big storage of Promethium asteroids. They're getting filtered out right here and getting sent into the crusher. These things are grinding them all down, right? And then we are crafting the plate, which is coming in right here. So we have this line for plate. We have this is the temporary one. This is the one we have to use until we research these. So this is the plate that we'll have access to. And then this one coming in right here, right, is the plate. So we'll have 2 different plates, this line and then this line, because these are fast. Now, this step, and this step, none of these steps allow productivity, right? None of these steps. And that I did that on purpose. You cannot use productivity. But I redesigned all of this to try to eliminate bottlenecks. But hopefully these will grind asteroids really, really fast. But yeah. And the initial one using the assembly machine here, this will be slow at first. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna dip in the Promethium just enough to grab a few asteroids and to get enough for the research, right? Which is this one here, which is it's 100,000 research. But remember, we're gonna be grinding these up to legendary. So we're gonna need, I don't know, 40,000 science packs? 50,000? Well, maybe not. I mean, each legendary is worth 6. So, 100,000 divided by 6. Which is 1 12,000 something, right? But we need to get all these recipes unlocked so I can set these up. Okay, so now we want to look at circuit conditions. We don't want to gate really how much Promethium plate. Promethium plate is why we're here. So to make Promethium plate, we need holmium plate. So we need to grab holmium, which we already need holmium here, right? So this is one of the reasons why we need so much storage, because we need a ton of holmium, we need a ton of quantum processors. And then the Promethium plate is we're running to the shattered planet like until cargo is greater than blah. So like we're making that run like targets to this, although I'm not sure how this works, but welcome back. Yeah. You're not the first one I've gotten to replay this game. So yeah, this is we want to novice cargo equals 0. Plate. We have stored 20,000.
There's occasional glitches with subtitles, but yeah, overall they work.
Okay, so we want. How are we going to do this, sir? How are we going to do these? I think all of these we want to wire. Do I want to wire these directly, or do I want to have a decider on? The number of eggs we launch yeah, we'll do that in a second. But the production or the grinding of science we want to be. We want the uncommons to run when legendary Promethium science packs is less than, let's say, 50,000. Okay. We want the grinding of the higher tiers when legendary is less than 60. Right? Which it'll ensure that the higher tiers, right? Which is now just going to be rare and epic. These are done first. And as those disappear, then the uncommons will trigger. Right? And these could get gummed up a little bit because, you know, this hand could have 5 and this hand could have 5 and they just get stuck because there's no more in here. And then it just stops, which would make it would eventually drop down where it triggers the uncommons. That will drain and that will trigger more things and stuff. So we want then to gate fresh the legendaries coming in. These are the gubbins coming in. These we want to gate legendary is less than, say, 100, right? So now we have much higher limit than these, because we want these to push all the way through and get all the way in here. Now, the problem with this, I just realized we have a huge problem. These crafters could end up with damn it. I don't think I'm going to be able to have 4 crafters on this step. I just don't. How are we going to get around that? Because if this is splitting everything evenly, which is what these do, half the ingredients go here, half the ingredients go here. But if you put just 10 science packs in, 5 biter eggs here, 5 biter eggs here. So there's a potential that this just grinds to a halt, right? How do you think we should solve that in this first step?
Let me catch up on what you're saying here. Wind it a bit.
Because I could just feed it all into one crafter, but that might not be fast enough. So I would have to beacon it into oblivion, which I am more than willing to do at this point. To prevent a biter catastrophe on the server or on the
yeah.
Every other crafter basically 1-to-1. I could technically have these up here, but the stack process is a lot harder to manage if it's away from a storage. Storages are really easy because it can grab 10 in one chunk, right? It sees 10, it grabs 10, it puts 10 in. You're typically not going to have a lingering, there's 5 in the hand. Usually only grabs them when there's 10 available, and it just pulls them. So that's why I have this here. But splitting these, what I could do is I could prioritize the output so they all go in here until it's backed up, but that again doesn't guarantee a perfect split. So this step here is a huge problem. Now I could So the solution in the short term would be this would go. These two would not be used. It would just be which we can go here. And these basically wouldn't exist, or these wouldn't be used. Just these two, which are massively boosted, way above what this is. This is the one that basically controls how fast these things are crafted. And so as long as these can craft faster than this one, then it will keep up. And yeah, what I think I'm going to do is bring this out. Like this. And we're going to double up epics. Because we're going to get more epics out of this stage. So double up that epic. Because it doesn't matter if the hands have a fractional amount of actual science packs. That doesn't matter. I mean, it matters on Gleba, which was the main headache for Gleba, but it doesn't matter on here because they don't go bad. So this is a temporary solution to the problem, and it breaks my rule. But unless we can figure out a way to add storage up here, where both things can take out, and then we could wire in just like we did on Gleba. Oz came up with that. Is we have a way of what we wire in, right? We say, hey, enable when pentapod eggs is greater than 0, and then set the stack to how many pentapod eggs you see. And then it grabs, let's say it's 4, right? It grabs 4 pentapods. This one reads that, right? And enables, well, this one doesn't grab pentapods. But it sets the stack size to pentapod eggs, but it actually grabs, oh, wait. Oh, right, it's blacklist. Blacklist pentapod eggs. So this grabs the bioflux based on how many pentapod eggs it sees. These grab the eggs based on how many bioflux you grab, right? So that ensures an even amount of stuff goes in. Now that works really well because there's just 2 ingredients in it, because it's just one or the other. I don't know if that's a directly translatable thing up here because this have 3 ingredients and they are vastly different quantities. Right? You have 10 plate, 10 eggs, but only 1 processor. So, like, how do you do that? There's probably some shenanigans you could do to make that work, but we are not going to dive into that right now. But this should get us there. I hesitate just because this is a lot of things and stuff to account for. Don't know why none of these had upgrades in them, but now they do. Okay, so to kind of run you through the process here, we have a plate maker, and we have to have a plate maker because we are making sulfuric acid, which needs plate, as well as regular old rockets that need plate. So there's 2 different things over here that need plate, and that's where these crafts come from. This is easily fast enough. The ammo maker, again, this is so fast, I don't anticipate needing more than 1 of these. And this is also much faster. So this is the ammo crafting, or ammo casting. Like I think it's called OC's like ammo casting mod or whatever. So these 2 replace those giant setups for ammo. And if these are not enough ammo production, again, I have enough room in here for another beacon. And it's just like another beacon would be more than enough speed. Then I would be worried about actually producing this down here. And these have Modules. I think we want to do module remove, and we want mythic modules. Mythic modules are the only ones that are actually worthwhile. Or at least productivity, mythic productivity. So that'll give a roughly 96% productivity on top of that. Although I don't know if we're going to hit the productivity cap because there's random ingredients that hit that. That's already mythic, and that's already mythic. So okay, I think. Well, let's do some other. We need to get some wiring finished here. So what we need to do is detect. Let's grab a green wire and connect it into here, right? Because this is broadcasting. This is going to broadcast. It's funny. The ghost of this is showing you. It's a Roboport. As soon as it's built, the UI changes, which is kind of funny. But that needs to go there. Actually, no. Where is this? What is this feeding me? Explosives. Okay, yeah. Sure. There we go. Forgot these take explosives. Okay, so we want to deal with the initial craft here. So there's going to be a lot of circuit shenanigans, which we need to pass through. So we pass through the all of the things, which means on the surface we're going to have to dictate like our eggs according to some variables. Basically, like how many plate we have, how many actual science packs we have, all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot. This is why the signal transmitter mod is essential for optimizing this. Otherwise, you're just sort of throwing everything at the wall. So I think I'm ready to click the button. It's nerve-wracking getting us all built. Even though there's no biter eggs on it, like there's nothing here that's devastating. It's just what is this doing here? There's a purpose for this. I don't know what it is. So yeah, these placed on the far side. These pick up. These default pick up on the inside, and these put on the inside. So yeah, this is kind of self-balancing. Okay, so I'm gonna click the button and start the launching of the things. Hey, I only had 848 platform. I launched 10,000 platform already up here, so it is what it is. All right, I'll be right back. looks like we're making progress. Yeah, we're able to launch stuff really, really fast. We have a mod that speeds up the rocket launch animation, like, by 8 times. So, like, it goes fast. It goes really, really, really fast. We need to bring in some fusion. We need to bring in, well, 6 tanks. That's it? 6 tanks. Okay. I think I have one of these. Yeah. So there's 5 tanks. Give me one more set of tanks. There's 6 tanks. Any other weirdly odd productivity modules? Yeah, we'll get to those. I still have 3. Why do I have 3? 3. I don't know why I said 3. That's 28. Jesus. Why did I say 3?
Well, he's talking to the audience, unless there's a specific point you're referring to.
Yeah, don't. Are you who am I talking? I mean, you're the one watching.
maybe you were muted for a moment, so I don't know.
Yeah, Anyway, let's put. Okay, where? Oh no, those are. Where are the 20? Where the hell? Ooh, no, those are all legendary. Those are down here. No, none of those actually support it. Let's see. And these are just waiting. These are just crafting, right? We have a quality grinder for these, so that's fine. Right, you can see on the way 10. You can see available on the planet slowly goes up. They just take a while to craft, but so we need railguns, rocket turrets. Okay, I need to go to Libo really quick. Grab a batch of these. We need to go to hello. Over here. So we need 2 of these. 5, 8 of these. And railguns are way over. No. We need a few of those.
Right now, the limiting factor we have is ice.
Well, there just so happens to be a ship in orbit with a metric ton of ice on it.
Yeah, we can set a request for it. Should I go ahead and do that, or do you want to? Since you pretty much control the requests, it's better to have one person in charge of that.
Below. Go here. Say. Add the section. We already have one for ice somewhere. There it is. I mean, technically it's Fulgora ice, but let's request. There's a little bit coming out. No, don't. Are you not? Oh, okay. Woo. I saw the bots picking it up, and I thought they were delivering it to the rockets. I was like, no, don't deliver it to the rocket. Ooh, those sound fast.
Yeah, a little bit. Factorio is a game that both he and I revisit every now and then because it's just such a pleasure to play.
Yeah, I started my channel with this. Like, this is the very first game that I covered on my channel nearly 10 years ago. And so it's like meeting an old friend. You know, you just it's just a comfortable, fun game to play, and it's so moddable that you can mix and match like your play style. Oh my god, you can only do one of these. Okay. You can only launch one of those at a time. I thought you could do more than one. Just launch them all.
Fulgora can certainly be a pain in the butt. Can confirm.
Yeah, Fulgora is... Yeah. Fulgora can be a pain. Alright. Promethium. We have this. Now we need... Well, we still have underground belts that we need. Quite a lot of them, actually. Yeah, 83. Nice odd number. Still need 2 turrets. Again with the 28. I don't know. See if we can put some more of these down. Just in various places.
Well, like I said, Fulgora can be a pain in the butt. It all depends on what you want to get out of it, what you want to put into it, and if you have mods. That's one of our issues here, is that the modding kind of flips a lot of the crafting upside down.
Yeah, we did a vanilla achievement run playthrough here a couple months ago. So, like, if you're sort of the purist mindset of, hey, I don't like mods, then yeah, we did an attempt. It's just super frustrating. When you're used to playing modded, like, vanilla can be difficult. Very challenging. Okay, we have a little bit of power now. Probably, we're just barely making enough. So that's... yeah, Fulgora, like, depending on what you prioritize in Fulgora, you only need really a couple products from it. You need Holmium plate, electromagnetic plants, right? And these 2 things. Superconductors and supercapacitors. These 2. Right? Everything else, and well, obviously science. Everything else is just excess. So we have a system to manage a certain amount in storage, and then anything excess gets recycled down and then voided if it... Like this up here, we have green circuits. This goes in here, gets processed into iron and copper wire. Iron we void if it is in excess because that's a dead end. And then copper wire we then recycle into copper plate. And then copper plate, if this fills up, right, which it is, we have an excess of copper plate by a lot. Right now we have a lot. We have almost 500,000 copper plate. So we have way more copper plate than we need. So that can be hard on Factorio, is managing the balance. When do you void? Like when do you choose to void? It's exacerbated by having the reverse factory, right? Reverse factory. If we did recyclers for everything, we probably wouldn't have too much of an imbalance in product. The reverse factory changes that equation quite a bit. So you have to sort of like reset your thinking when you use the reverse factory, because it has a huge impact on things. So this is one of the reasons why I sent a shipment of ice asteroids onto Navi. So we have on Navi a lot of those. So the Vulcanist shuttle, I need to go grab a huge amount of undergrounds. Kickstart that again. And let's put these in here. Send those up to space. Why do I have walls? I don't need walls on me. I'm gonna need... let's see, 10... 20 is 1,000. I need one more stack of barrels. So this is 1,000, this is 1,000. So each fusion generator, which I think we have it set, yeah. Each fusion generator holds 1,000 the coal, right? So you want enough barrels to fill those up. It looks like these are actually somehow this doesn't have enough. That got that restocked. Not sure how those get out of balance, but anyway. At the bare minimum, you want. Let's send an extra barrel up. Extra 2 barrels. And then we're gonna send all of these. We want a little bit of the fuel. Just so that rocket is full. Send these. Come up here. I need to find where those legendary productivity modules are. They should, ooh, right there. And there. And there. And there. Okay, so in here we want Full and full. Good, good, good. We now have uber power. It is a full gigawatt of power because these are 125, so this is 250, 250. Yeah, that's a full gigawatt of power. And then we can request the fusion fuel. This is going to request from Aquilo because, yeah, this ship will always pass Aquilo. We probably want to do an interrupt for this just in case it gets low on fuel. We don't want it to run out. That would be bad. Okay, now we need to think about the storage here. We want... What do we want to keep around? We probably want to keep some turrets, walls. We don't need a thruster. We definitely want to keep some space platform. We want these to be legendary quality. And we want to request. So let's go and drop a grinder for these. Here and these. And this grinds everything up. Okay. What is our stack? We want like 100. We don't need crazy amounts of these. There it is. And that slows it down, and we should be launching those. Okay. Having some repair packs on board is probably a good idea. We don't want...
Definitely. We should probably craft some higher level ones.
Yeah, I just put a grinder on novice for legendary one.
Ah. Okay.
Okay. Obviously, this warning here, Promethium P1 is railgun ammo low because, there's literally no railgun ammo. So that's understandable. Okay, so we want a temporary request for these from Navi of like 10 rockets. Okay. And these are going to come down here and be put onto this belt, which is going to come around, going to wrap around here, and it's going to start feeding. First, it feeds fuel, which is actually full, which is actually surprising, because this is always these get first dibs, right? And then it goes through and feeds the oxidizer, and then it starts feeding the fluid, which is fun. As you can see, I have a mod that adds stone to the oxide crushing, just in case we wanted some stone up here. For now, I'm all the stone is just getting dumped over the side. I don't need it for this particular thing. These probably could be increased to, yeah. We don't need fast inserters on this. We have evolved past fast inserters. So I don't think we need these on. I don't think we need 9 more transmitters. But this now, we are going to set the channel to Promethium P1. Promethium P1. I say P. P1 is Promethium 1, right? We do another one of these ships, it'll be P2. So I just want to make sure... I want to make sure to name these, right? Promethium P1. In case we have more than one. Okay. So this detects... this detects, are we above novice? Do we have at least 50 quantum processors? Do we have 0 Promethium science? So I want, this needs to be legendary right now. I wish there was a way to mass set qualities, but not easily. And the Promethium plate is greater than 500, greater than or equal to 500. So where did the 50 and 500? 50 and 500 come directly from 10, or is it 100? 10 crafts? No, it's exactly one rocket worth of biter eggs, right? A rocket of biter eggs is 500 biter eggs, right? So you need at least 500 plate, and you need 50 quantum processors for a rocket of biter eggs. Now, we could need more than them. We could have way more Promethium plate, but the base minimum is going to be this. And so only send this Promethium asteroid chunk symbol, right? And we'll set this to 1, right? So Promethium outputs a value of 1 for P1, and then if we have another ship that does this, we'll have this be 2, and we'll have to increase we'll have to wire the biter egg launcher accordingly. But this means Promethium 1 is sitting in orbit, and if it's sending the signal, we can accommodate at least 1 rocket's worth of biter eggs, or we need at least 1 rocket's worth of biter eggs as we are out of science. Now, the craft, we'll have there's kind of an automatic timer on the biter eggs on the surface. There's an automatic timer because we obviously can't launch a batch right away. Right after we launch one batch, we can't launch another one right away because the spawners take a while to sort of build back up. But we need to go grab some Promethium with this thing in order to have a chance here. So we already have full. Yeah, this thing is going to have no problem crafting the explosives that we need. These come in here and should... Where aren't we getting copper? Where is copper at? We need more metallic asteroids is what we need. And because we have such a high stack size on belts now, I'm going to need to... I'm going to need to figure out... Because we're going to need a lot of sulfur. So carbonic asteroids, we're going to need so many of them. But as you can see, the actual regular ammo is already backstuffed. We're already full of the other ammo. Which is pretty crazy considering the ship has not existed for all that long. And we've already got a few... Yeah, we've already got a few rounds on the railgun. So... I'm a little leery of the... Okay, we don't need those anymore. We don't need any more coolant. We've got a couple barrels of extra, which I don't think we're going to need, but we have them. All right. Yeah, a lot of my limiting circuits. So I have one here. If calcite is greater than, it starts voiding it, right? But I don't need it to be voiding at 1.9. Let's change this to 2. Because yeah, 1.9 is getting us nothing. We can fit way more on there before we need to start voiding it. I have so much productivity on this right now. This is, yeah, that's fine. The same one here. It starts voiding ice if calcite gets low, because we need to obviously grind some more. I mean, I could try to send some more oxide asteroids, but I don't really think we need it. All right, so let's validate. Where else do I have circuit limitations? Right in here is really where we need. I don't know where this was supposed to be headed. This obviously enable when this is less than 0. What? Why does this even exist? Did I have an inserter here that like voided? Well, I know why. Okay, yeah. This filters off the carbon because I only need sulfur to come in through here, right? So yeah, we need way more sulfur. Kind of tells me let's see. Let's override stack size to like 10 or maybe 5. This one can be 10. That way we have a little bit more carbonic on here, and so now we need to think about what do we need to void? Most likely we would need to void carbon. And so what are these set to, right? When sulfur is less than 90. I think we want a decider. This needs to be a little bit more complex of a circuit. Because we need to take into account how much coal we have over here. So let's bind this with coal, and let's read all of the coal belts too. I don't know why this exists. but we want the output here. And we want to remove this. Okay. So this little belt right here, we need to take into account the coal as well as the carbon. So if coal is less than a value and carbon is like greater than a value and sulfur equals 0. So if coal is less than, I don't know, this is right now at 820. So if coal is less than like 400 and carbon is greater than, let's say, 100 and sulfur equals 0, then output green check. And then these we change to green check mark is greater than 0. So now this is a little bit more complex of a circuit, but like we don't need to void carbon, right? Unless we have just a massive excess of it. And 100 is probably, I mean, each one of these blocks right now can supply 80. So 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 8 is 48. So let's do 4,800 or 480. So if carbon is greater than 480 and coal is less than 400, so 400 coal would be, this is stopping here, 70, 70, 50. So it's about right in here somewhere. We have room for coal because I mean, this will chew up a lot of coal really, really fast. So I'm pretty confident in that. This, what does this do? This, we have ice. I think. What is this supposed to void? This voids ice based on this belt. So if calcite is greater or less than 100, so we're like right down here with calcite, which would be bad. Do we need? I don't think we need to void iron off of this. Like there's really no benefit in that. So I don't think this needs to void anything at all. Like voiding calcite, I think maybe if this belt shouldn't. I mean, if it gets low on ice, this one just makes ice. So this one should keep that well stocked. At the very least, it shouldn't run out. So pretty happy with that. And this one again doesn't do anything. I don't know why that exists, but this again, if calcite is down here. All right, I think we're ready for the maiden voyage at the very least. What are these missing? These are missing explosives because we're just out of carbonic, just plainly out of carbonic. And I think we get the most carbonic between Gleba and Vulcan. But we're gonna need. I don't think we need. We don't need missiles to go to Gleba. So we're gonna put a thing in here Empty circuit condition. Do not unload on Gleba. Alright, let's dump whatever we don't need. We are going to want... Well, these all have modules already. I just have to set the recipes, which will unlock as the very first Promethium asteroid we get. Those will unlock. All right. What's our velocity? We want to limit. I mean, we're going to limit to 210 on the inner planets. I really don't want to send this off and have it be destroyed right away. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and I'm going to make a backup and I'm going to say, hey, this ship design, which I basically put down here, this is basically just a giant empty ship. So, yeah, I think this, I want to make sure I copy all the changes that I just did. So I'm gonna select the new components for this, just like that. Space Factory platform. Yes, all the things. All right, we have a backup of the ship, which is good. Anything else we are missing other than the module? Oh, we still have 4 damn productivity modules somewhere. Where would those be? My guess is we have a single crafter somewhere that has them in it. I'm looking for reddish orange. These are mythics. Those are fine. These are all mythic. Mythic. There they are. Found them. Excellent. And yes, I'm going to do another backup because it's just what is needed. Okay. I think we're ready to head at least to Gleba. Dip our toe a little bit. Okay, let's drop. Don't really have any space. Well, we could do.
All right, after a bunch of resource juggling, we're now lowest on holmium for Aquilo.
Yeah, we already have a ship that
Yep.
could be supplying that. We can bump a little bit of supply. And why is this above novice? It is waiting. Why is this?
Moreover, I was just reporting in that, yeah, we're pretty much peak production here for now.
Temporary novice. Why is this? Novice. I think it's this one. Is ammo low? Ammo is low.
Oh.
Squeeze me?
Just get kind of stuck. Is that a Fulgora shuttle or?
Shuttle 3.
Ah.
What? Iron. Calcite.
Ah, the calcite problem again.
Ah, yes, this doesn't have the ice voider. Okay, so let's add ice to this. We're gonna paste it down here as this is the backup trash. We're gonna add a inserter here. This is gonna be filtered on ice. Not that we need it. We are gonna drag that here. We are gonna say with calcite. Right here. It's less than 10. That. Yeah, this is extremely fast. So once you get going again, it doesn't take long. There we go.
I see. So the cold stone one, the ice and stone shipper. It goes into the space hub. That's why that one functions. Although it looks like you do still have the voiding there anyway.
I do, but yeah, because we're supplying so much ice somewhere, it's chewing it up. So we're able to grind a lot of oxide asteroids. So whenever the calcite dips down, there's plenty of space on the belt for that. So that should never trigger because we should always be good on calcite. For that one. All right, that satisfied the ship. So now we're going to be able to drop off some more holmium. So we can, the Aquilo support here, we can up holmium, but I don't know, this ship can't hold a lot. We could do basically a copy of the Promethium ship and just make it a grotesquely large freighter. Because if you take off the factory off the front end of this, you would be able to fit just a few of the storages. Just fill this in with storages. Like, we would have to go to Fulgora and, yeah, massively ramp up. Which reminds me, I need to research some stuff. I actually did last night. I did a research that was a 15-second. It was one of the earlier games. I think it was maxing out. I maxed out Brick. Yeah, I maxed out Brick. I think it was a 15-second productivity research. And our research per minute hit 90,000. Now, granted, we don't have enough production for that. Barely. We almost do, but it was pushing it pretty hard. But yeah, 90,000 is what we hit. This taps at 23,000 when you do a 60 second. So we're at a 60 second. So we're at 23,000 for that. But in the 60 second versions, that'll be the standard. Like, as far as like 1,000,000 science a minute, that's 60 second time spans. I'm not going to try to cheese it and do like a 15-second or 15-second cycle. Be like, oh, look at that, 1,000,000 science only temporarily. Because trust me, when you do that science, it's crazy. The other thing I want to do is go to this setup that we have and extend each line by another 10. So 10 this way, 10 this way, 10 this way, 10 this way. And that would double the labs that we have in line. So essentially you're going to turn off fresh lines once we're able to research all of the things. Because right now, Aquilo Science, we don't really have any research that uses that and not Promethium. Just how I set up. I should also do this one. This would be it. Because we're going to need a coal synthesis. Very handy. And explosive productivity is also very good. Although I already have that to 30. What is my... does this say limit? It does not. Good. Okay, I think this can... It's nerve-wracking. Let me tell you, it's nerve... Oh. See, now this is a problem. Coal... actually needs to be greater than 400. How much is on there right now? We have 1,000 coal. So this is an issue. I think I had this sign mixed up. So let's do 500 and then swap to greater than. Let's say sulfur is less than, say, 80. Because I know 80 will be on these two. So that'll back that up. So we want to say less than 80. And that will void... it'll avoid way more carbon. But it should... ramp this thing up. Right. Just in case. Let's go to... I don't know why it goes to grab some and not others. It's like they're virtual. It's like, oh, these don't really exist, but... yeah, having these be legendary with like 6 grabby hands, oh... this is why these two are going to be just crazy efficient. And then we have the restackers over here, don't forget. Right? So these are restacking. So now, instead of being like saturated on the belt, they're stacked. Way better. Just want to make sure we're getting the missiles the way that we should be. And we're at Gleba already. But we should be able to grab way more. Yeah, carbonic. And we could head off to Vulcanus, and that I think is the most. But carbonic are definitely going to be. Oh yeah, look. Yeah, we have a few. We have a lot to back stuff into the system, so that's why it's taking a while. But at the very least, some of these are already getting supply, which is what we want to see. The railguns are already backed up. Yep. We have a lot. These things only stack to 12 on a belt, so there is 3, I think. There's 8. Wait, how does that work? That should be either 8, 16. 12 is a weird number. Because there's 4 stacks. There's 4 stacks there, so that's 8 stacks. So there's 3? No. Yeah, that should be multiple of 8. Not a multiple of 4. There's 14 there. Ah. Okay. So they're partial stacks. That's why. They weren't backed up, so yeah, the machine. Okay. But I think they only stack. What do they stack to? The 10? Yeah. So you'll barely get enough. Okay. I think we need to go to Vulcan. The Vulcanus gleba, I think, is the highest rate of carbonic as far as the inner planets. Yeah, there we go. Grab them all, baby. Grab them all. Grab your hands. Excellent. Oh yeah. Now we're scooping up. Now we're scooping them up.
I see you did go with the explosive rocket design.
Oh yeah. These are like there is no comparison to regular rocket to explosive rocket. Same with the piercing round. There is such a vast difference with how fast you can go and how many, like, it's just so much better using the slightly higher tier rockets and ammo. And, you know, they're with the casting mod at the very least, the ammo is really easy to get. The rockets, right, they were largely unchanged, but even them are, it's just a slight upgrade from regular rockets. It's really non-trivial, or it is trivial to upgrade. And the ratio is 1 of these to 2 of these, so you can craft a lot of them really, really fast.
Yeah.
So I have these gated around an internal buffer of 1,000. So as soon as the rockets back up, then we'll head off. Because, you know, we can go back and forth from Gleba and Vulcanus until the rockets are backed up. Like a lot. And then we can think about what we might need. So amazing, we still need oxides. Yeah, we don't really have any oxides floating around now.
Yeah, they're pretty rare.
Well, we could dip our toe going to Aquilo, and that would most definitely satisfy our oxide asteroid. I should maybe increase our budget. If I could remember where my budget... I can't... Where... I'm looking for the... It's a trio of deciders that dictate... Wait, why are you... Is this one doing it too? No, these... Okay. I had a railgun shooting the itty-bitty asteroids over here. Oops.
Oh.
Well, you know, the railguns work. And if you really wanted to scoop up a lot of asteroids, you could have a little branch come out here and just, like, gobble up all the asteroid pieces. Ooh, there's a trio. Look at that. There's a lot of... Okay, we need to look at what our budget is. So somewhere along here, I have a trio of deciders. There they are. So these decide how many to keep. So I've got 600 carbonic. I want to increase this to 1,000. 600 metallic. I think that'll be good. I mean, yeah, this is doing fine. And then the oxide, I'm at 600. We just voided a little ice. Maybe increase this to 1,200. Yeah, most of these inserters are ratioed around max stack size of 4. So now that we have right now 10, so the belts will hold 80 per segment, like it massively changes the amount we can buffer on here. So it's good. Good. Okay, yeah, we're still chewing through the oxides or the carbonics, but I think we might have enough. So let's head. We are in Gleba right now. Okay. I think I want to head to Fulgora. So we do Vulcanus and then Fulgora. That is just... The ship is really fast. So let's go to Vulcanus. What do we need? Do we need anything from Vulcanus? We don't. We are going to need holmium plate from Fulgora. 20,000. Is that going to be enough?
Should we alter the science ship for Aquilo? Upgrade it to legendary now?
It isn't?
Nope, it's still set to normal science packs.
Oh, yeah, right now, well, yeah. I want to drain it all out first. So I've been waiting to be able to trigger a really expensive like cryoscience to pull all of the low tier science first, and then we'll do a request immediately for legendary, which will start pulling that from. So if you have any low tier science, I don't know what you did with all the low tier science that we had on there, but any of the basic tiers that's left, we want to basically process. We want to consume all of that if you haven't already upgraded.
Nope, I hadn't upgrafted it yet.
Yeah, so that's why this is. I haven't touched this yet. Is I've been waiting for a little bit of Promethium, so we could. I could trigger a research that just uses. That's what I've been doing across the board. So, all right, we're gonna head to Fulgora. Hey, look at that. The explosives are actually slightly backing up, which is excellent. The important backup was here, right? The backup of explosives to railgun, because those are between the rockets and the railguns. You don't really need that much ammo, right? You really don't. The AoE damage of the rockets, as the density of the asteroids get thicker, the AoE damage is more than sufficient. Which also I could increase that as well. Somewhere in here is a explosives. Yeah. So I've done it all the way to level 17. So the next one is 2Million science, which is ag science, which is a nice sink for ag science. We look at the Gleba shuttle. We've got a ton of science on here ready to go. The reason we have so much is it's having to go back and forth for bioflux. So what I should do is I should make another one of these, and just basically like make it deliver bioflux alone, because running out of bioflux is bad, and because this does two, right? It's always going to be full of science, but we have the cooling things here, so we're not voiding a lot. It's not bad. So we're going to request all of these. Let's double this to 40. This is going to be 40 rockets from Fulgora. I really hope we have the gubbins for that, but I have ramped up everything on Fulgora to the point we should have no problem. Okay, so we should be seeing, yes, 10 rockets at a time. What we will probably want to do is start increasing the silos on every planet. We're going to probably want, I don't know, 50 silos on every planet, or every major planet that is going to supply stuff. But we're going to start going through a unholy amount of homing on Fulgora, which is why I have the mod that slightly rebalances the scrap ratio numbers. But yeah, we're going to need more homing. And there's no way, like I did with stone, I sort of cheesed the stone supply. There's no way to do that with holmium. Because holmium is generated from a fluid, and I have in the mod, or in the reverse factory settings, the fluids are in from the normal mod, like it allows you to have the option of returning the fluid ingredient as a solid, which you then have to remelt. So you can do that. And then you could absolutely cheese the setup because of productivity, 20 holmium is actually making us more plate, which then we could reverse factory into more fluid and make more plate, so it would be basically a loop. Well, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I wanted there to be a sink, so we would have to start branching out and mine more and more scrap. That's the whole point of this planet. So I didn't want to do too much of it. Because I like the sinks. I like the reason that, I didn't want to negate the mining of more material and all of that kind of stuff. So as the deposits at home, we've chewed through quite a lot of this iron deposit. So, let's see, we've got quite a lot of this thing chewed away. All right, let's go check in. We've got 40,000. Not sure why there's another 840. That's weird. How did we satisfy more than... I don't really know. I don't really know how. We don't have a custom payload on here, so I don't know why we have another 840, but whatever. Oh, I know how. It supplied... Yeah, it supplied the belt, so it sent an additional rocket. Mystery solved. Okay. So now we want to go to Aquilo. And so let's see what the velocity does. It doesn't detect Aquilo at all. So it doesn't care when we go to Aquilo. So let's go to Aquilo. And I'll delete these eventually. And then we want these to be requested. And I want 8,000. That's how many we can launch at once. But only request 8,000. 5,000 quantum processors. I mean, that's 5,000 crafts. That's going to be 25 rockets worth of quantum processors. I don't even know if we have that many. Oh, I hear rockets being launched. Good. You can see when they're next to other asteroids, they actually do AoE damage, and that's when they're sparse like this. It's not as helpful, but when they're clustered together, you do get a little overkill, but it also destroys the lower tier one. So, so the more dense the asteroids, the more effective those explosive rockets are.
They'll really start to shine when you start getting the huges. Does the huges break into, what is it, 3?
Yeah, the railguns target the biggest one, the huge, which I believe it's 3. It might be a random, I don't know, but I believe it's 3. But either way, even if with a little bit of overkill, you're still destroying the smaller one, which saves regular. So you use a few more rockets, but it is what it is. When the bigs are clustered together, then you use fewer rockets because they do AoE. Okay, so here's Aquilo, and we are grabbing all of the quantum processors. You can see we have a ton of holmium, but it is a drop in the bucket compared to our storage. So yeah, if we look at the storage here, you can see 9,800 slots. Right? We have a huge amount of storage ready to go. And these are legendary. Upgrading these to mythic, whew, it's going to be spicy. There's going to be a lot of storage, which we want. All right. So we're bringing in, we got the fusion fuel coming in. We're going to sit here for a while until because the fusion fuel, okay, it is backed up. I mean, we're not burning it that it's, you know, it doesn't burn it if it's not using it, which is really nice. So nice. The fusion power is just like crazy. We're generating a huge amount of stone right now because, honestly, why are you avoiding calcite? I want to avoid calcite.
All right, good. We hit 100,000 legendary Aquila signs.
Sweet. All right. Why is this avoiding? Okay, so now let's remove that, remove that, remove that. Park. Say legendary. Less than 200. This is the novice. Now, here we're going to edit. So, target shattered planet. When Promethium plate is greater than 150,000. Yeah. 150,000 is nothing. in terms of this. But remember, this trip we're gonna have. This trip is gonna give us Promethium plate. We're not gonna get the science until we get back to Nava, right? So I think at first 150,000. We're gonna get that really, really fast. Well, fast-ish, since we're using the crappier version. So I think what we want to do from Aquila, because remember, we got to get to the solar system edge first, right? And that's going to take a hot minute. So if we go let's just YOLO, and we can. I really don't want to have to redo this ship. There's a lot of material in here. Like, what is the? I just want to look really quick. Design. There is 12,000 space platforms. Okay, so we're not going as fast. There's our first big, or huge, which was carbonic, which is glorious. Grab your hands. And when these things fire, they also hit whatever else they hit, right? So it's not just the thing they shoot, it's everything else in between. So the denser the asteroids, the absolute more damage is going to be done. This one's going to shoot it.
Curious to see how it's gonna look when you start getting to a shattered planet, or on the path, I should say, because it gets crazy there.
It gets thick, yeah. But speed-wise, you want to go decently fast on that step, because if you don't, the Promethium bits that you want to actually grab tend to float. Like, I tend to miss a lot of them because if you travel too slow, they just drift off, and your ship never gets a chance to pick them up.
Yeah.
So this first trip, tentatively, like, I think I've got laser turrets in here too. That I've got a mash of a lot of turrets in here. So. I know a bunch of people have added other, like, planets and moons. I don't know if anybody has added an even further planet from the shattered planet as a more insane goal. I think that most planets are like inside, but it would be interesting to have a goal on the other side of the shattered planet. So the distances are to the edge of the solar system is 100,000. Then this is 4 million. This is an incredible long ways, and it is possible to get there. It's insane to get there. But having something on the other side of this that's like 10 million, right? Just a crazy amount even further away. You could even have like another star that's like 10 million, and then another star with another planet that has all of the things from all of these planets, right? You could have a planet over here that's got, it's got a cold zone, it's got a volcanic zone, because I know there's planets that people have added with all of the other stuff, right? There is a one-size-fits-all planet, but I don't want it on this side. I want it on this side of the equation. Like, you build up your factory, you get to the shattered planet, then you get past the shattered planet, then you get to this side, and now you've got a single planet that has all of this, or whatever. Like, balance it how you want, but like, because there's plenty of people have gotten to the shattered planet. Yeah, this is not even remotely close to how thick these asteroids are.
Yeah. That's a healthy chunk off to the east.
Yeah.
And it's...
Yeah, now you see the sort of the value of the explosive. Like, it's just vaporized clusters. I mean, it's so good. It's really the only way to do it. Like, it's so good. So far, so good. We're halfway there. Well, we're halfway to the edge. So once we hit the edge, you'll get the victory screen. But it's by no means the end of the game. You can play as much as you want. But the edge of the solar system is technically the victory. Promethium comes after them. So we should have no problem with the gubbins that we have right now. Yeah, we have more than enough of all the things. But as the further into the shattered planet you go, the fewer of the other regular asteroids you get. So that could spell doom for your ship if you don't have a huge volume of backup of asteroids.
And efficiency.
And efficient. There's a lot of stuff that you can do to make it worthwhile, but that's why pretty much every setup that I have has a buffer of asteroids in it, because you don't want a hiccup in your supply chain.
Yep. Yeah, that's gonna eliminate a lot with the rockets up there. A few mediums made it through, but it wasted a lot of them. Ah, shoot. Yeah, the area of effect doesn't increase for the bigger rockets. I was just kind of curious on that. Could you imagine?
What do you mean the bigger one?
For the explosive rockets, the higher tier, higher quality.
Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't even consider quality grinding the rocket. Which you could do. Well, I mean, you could get higher. I mean, look at the damage difference between.
Oh yeah, it's pretty extreme.
Like crazy amount of damage. Yeah, I didn't even think to do quality grinds on the explosive rocket. You could do it. You could have a little setup to quality grind them and just have a smattering of like legendaries and even mythics like around, but you know, it would sacrifice some of the storage. Which we don't need them all. If we don't need all the storage down here, we could pull off some rockets, quality grind them, and push them back into the system.
And since you've got 2 tiers of upgrades, that you know you've got the base rockets. Oh, I suppose you wouldn't want to do that because it does take more explosives to upcraft them. So yeah, you'd want to create the baseline normal ones and then quality grind the explosive.
Yep. And we're not going. I mean, if you could look at the crafters, right? Like, we're not needing that many crafters.
Right.
I mean, we have so many that it's just like, yeah, you know, the deeper we get towards the Saturn planet, you do tend to see these a little bit more. But like, if all of these are running and your belt is like running out, then you turn your ship around.
Yeah.
Right? So that is a clear sign, which is why I have a buffer in here, so I can like detect that. Be like, oh, we need to you know, send an alert or something like that. But yeah, this ship will just, it'll hit the edge and it'll go right on through towards a shattered planet, and we'll start to see the red Promethium. Now the Promethium asteroids are a little tougher, right? So they take a few more rockets you take a couple more rockets to destroy. But the railguns, I mean, they pop them with one shot, no matter what. But the rockets for the lower tier, like, then you start using a few more rockets, which is why more levels into stronger explosives is always good.
Yep. If I remember right, we had just barely hit the point where it takes what two regular rockets to take out a big in our achievement run.
Yeah, I think we ground, but to go after one rocket apiece is,
Oof.
I mean, it's a lot. Like 26 levels or something. It's crazy.
I think it's 22 or 23 levels just to do it in 2 hits. So to get in 1 hit, you'd have to go up to 40 something, or maybe even 50. Which would be crazy in vanilla. That's a lot of research.
That would be hundreds of millions.
Yeah. If not dipping into the billion sphere.
And victory!
Right.
Yeah, let's just finish. No. I don't need to do the Galaxy Hall of Fame. This is a modded playthrough. Plus it overrides. I think we uploaded our achievement run version. I want to keep.
Yeah. That's the thing with modded, is that you don't really get bragging rights for it, because, well, somebody can just mod something to take stone and produce every type of science needed.
You could even make stone the science needed.
Yeah.
Just mine stone and shove it into like that. That would be a trivial mod to make. There's our first Promethium. All right. Now just to get there, and you know, yeah, it takes like 4 direct hits to take those out. Grab the Promethium. Nom 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 nom. Yes. Okay. So that's gonna make its way down here. There's our Promethium chunk. We got the Promethium coming around. Gotta make it all the way around to here, and this gets directly filtered out. We're just waiting. As soon as this crafts, then it starts unlocking the chain, and it's just like, we should have sulfuric acid. We do. We have a tank of it down here. We do. There they are. Nom 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 nom. There it is. What are we missing? Stone. These have a 50% chance. Oh, my stone is going over here first. So let's swap the all of my Promethium is going here, and all my stone is going here. So whoops. There it goes. So that unlocks this, right? So now we come up here. These need to be changed to rare. Rare. These need to be changed. Epic. Legendary. Mythic. And these are also legendary. And it's getting pretty spicy in here.
Yep. Yeah, I was just looking at that because I was hearing a lot of rocket launches.
Yeah. And we're not going super fast. You can build ships that can go max speed, which is like 300 something kilometers a second. Trust me, that's really fast and terrifying. You've got a ship of this size that one little love tap from an asteroid would be very bad. What? So the deeper you go towards the shattered planet, the more Promethium you start to see. So, we are just remember, I don't have productivity. You can't do productivity. Productivity with the craft of science. Usually do. Need more asteroids. More asteroids. So I've got stack inserters on for the actual powder, because otherwise, once this really gets cooking, it's gonna be neat. Funny, there's even some. Oh, they probably get. We're up to. We're still filling this machine. Look at that. To 500. Remember, our limit is 150,000. So you got a ways to go. Might want to speed up a little bit more. We're losing a lot of the asteroid Promethium bits. So go down here. This is what we're triggering. So this is
Where the purrs can. They're just so adorable. You cannot resist the purrs. So we can up this to like 130. We could up this to like 150. And there we go. Oh shit. A little bit of extra stuff. Why don't we wire this? We want to read, enable when I think the furthest I've gotten in, we're 70,000 kilometers in. I think the furthest I've gotten in is about 300. But I've not really tried to go to the Shattered Planet. There's no reason to do that. It's not a thing you can land on. There's nothing there. All right, let's check our missile. Yeah, we got 1 or 2 grammar. So we're doing just fine. Our other supplies are, we got fuel, we got that. We got copper and iron. It's fine. Fine, good. Alright, we're starting to build these up. So how many of these do we want to keep? Do a baseline of 1,000. We have total 980 rows. So we limit Promethium plate like 400,000. I technically want enough to be able to research this. Because this, unlocking these would go a long ways. So that's 100,000 research. It would be nice. I could create a huge pool of this. What is that? Two of these, 50,000. Slow and steady. Look at all the green. Oh, glorious. So the wider you make your ship, like, you just get so many more resources. So I could edit this to, like, put wings out here. And you could have wings that have maybe a little bit of ammo, but you wouldn't want missile turret. Well, you want to be within this range. Have a little wing come out a little bit. You can gobble up all of these coming down.
Yeah, having like a triangular design is probably the optimal way of doing things. Yeah, it is. Oh, it's getting crazy there. And this is just the beginning, too. I mean, further you go, the worse it gets.
Yep.
Might even be able to eke out a bit more speed, because I see there are a few that are drifting away.
Yeah, I just increased the speed, so just letting it sort of like evaluate after, because it's gonna get thick. It's gonna get really thick.
Yeah. Might be something up with my mouse here. That or the pad has too much repetition in it. It's one weird thing about optical mice is that if it's a what would it be, a dense pattern, it can, or like just a solid pattern, or not pattern, but like completely opaque, no scratches or anything, it can't work because it's based on the differences between the separate images that it takes.
Yep.
At least I assume.
Yeah, I remember when optical mice first started appearing.
Yep. Me too.
I was like, wow, no more mice balls? Now there's two more. Now there's two whole generations of people that never had to deal with mice balls.
Yep.
Now I really feel old.
Yeah, you want to feel old, even older. That post from a while ago, and I can't remember whether it was Gen Chat or what, about, consoles. What was your first console?
Yeah, when we were really young, I think we had an Atari. Everybody had an Atari at that time, so not surprising.
Yeah. It's interesting how hit or miss Atari games were compared to nowadays. Because, thinking back, I didn't have much fun with a lot of the Atari games.
Oh, sure. Because they were just literally just, if you had an idea, they gave you some money and you just built it.
Yep.
They were throwing everything at the wall, and whatever stick, they were happy with.
But even some of the, the top sellers, like Pitfall, I never found that one entertaining. Or I suppose I should say I found it entertaining for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of games back then were like that. Look at Pac-Man. I mean, Pac-Man was a dead simple design.
Yeah.
Really simple game, and I think the entire Pac-Man assembly code was 60,000 instructions, and that was it. For the whole game. So
yeah. And that's not equivalent to lines of code, because a line of code has
not modern.
Would translate. What's that?
Modern code. Would not. It was.
Yeah.
That was our assembly instruction. 60,000.
Yep.
That included drawing the screen. That included the simulation of the ghosts. So really basic. Now we've got some glorious amount of stuff. I got a little regulation on my Promethium asteroids, but we're getting them so fast that we're remaining pretty consistent. So we've got about 10,000 storage. How many are we gonna need? It's pretty directly translatable right now. Right, so we're gonna need 100,000 plate to make 100,000 sign, because we don't have any productivity right now in the sign. We need to research them with the sign. So Promethium productivity research is probably the first thing we research as far as productivity. Even though reds, we could boost reds by a lot. Reds and greens really fast, to the point where it would saturate our craft. But well, we also get it. I keep forgetting that the biolabs are 50%. So we don't need 100,000. We need 50,000. So as soon as we hit 50,000, or near 50,000, I'll turn it around, and then coming back, we should scoop up quite a bit. But you can see this thing now basically crafting constantly. So
So out of curiosity, why did you decide not to just terminate the belt here for the loop that sends that back?
Because these drop, there's a chance that you get the asteroid back. So these
Of
drop
course.
down, and I didn't want to drop down on the belt that's supplying in case it's full, because then it backs up. So it
Yeah.
loops it back around and just feeds it back into the system. But it,
Yeah, I forgot about the.
you could easily trigger it. You could bind these two belts together, and if this one has more than 8, then you enable it. Right? So more than 8 means all 4 slots on each side are taken. Now, we're only putting, right, the Promethium, the reason why they're all appearing on that side is it's the side of the belt that they all appear on. So what I should do is I should put a belt here, put them on put on this side of the lane, because these are going on the other side. And this lane is what they prefer to pick up. But my hope was to have enough processing that would never be an issue. The belt would never ever back up. It would only really back up if our storage filled up. Which, right, I want to limit this storage to like 400,000 plate. So we can bind these and then connect those up. So we want to be like, let's just set this one. It's not being used. We want Promethium plate is less than 400,000. Right? And we copy and paste that to here, and that will keep those enabled. Now, we would run out, I think, of holmium plate way before that happened. But we can slowly like ramp up. Like we have 40,000 holmium plate. That's enough for 200,000 Promethium. So we have plenty. And then on the way back from the Shattered Planet, we could stop by Fulgura and pick up some more on the way back. Right? So we could go to holmium plate and say, hey, this already allows interrupting other interrupts. This one here, I mean, this is an interrupt, so yeah. Part of me doesn't want to have this plate as an interrupt, because if we run out of holmium plate in the middle of this, then it'll try to go grab more. Right? So it'll turn the ship around and it'll interrupt this interrupt, try to go grab more holmium plate. Well, maybe by that time we would satisfy this interrupt, so the holmium plate would do it. It would hit this one, go, oh, this one's already done, and skip that one too. I don't know how that cascades down, but all right, now we officially are keeping up. We're getting a trickle over here, which is fine. We can get a trickle. That's okay. I have a tank here just as a rebalance. But I didn't want to like we need about 50,000. So right around the 25,000 mark, I'll turn it around and just head back to Novice. All of these, yeah, I need to rethink all of this stuff too. So might as well do that now. We can just do time passed 50 seconds. Because if it's just sitting above one planet, every 50 seconds it's going to reevaluate, right? 50 seconds passes, it reevaluates its interrupts. Nothing happens, it does it again. 50 seconds. So this is how I set up all the other shuttles. Is the destinations are managed by the interrupts, not a schedule. You can do the same. You can do the same design tenet with trains too. You can have interrupts on train movements. Oh, that was a lot. Wow, look at that. All right, let's evaluate our ammo. Missiles are just like laughing. Yeah, we are. This thing is rock solid. Like this ship is just plowing through. 230,000. Like. Crazy amount of asteroids that we're picking up right now. What's funny is I'm not even getting any lag right now. It's just like hundreds of thousands of little entities floating around, and it's like. But before, nothing was happening, and my game was like, excuse me?
I think that was your internet connection. A temporary glitch.
Yeah, my ISP going, oh, here he goes, streaming again. As soon as those grabby hands come back. Come on. There it is. Oh, look at all. Wow. They can grab a lot of asteroids real quick. You get the little bursts.
Might need to put a stack insert.
They do stack inserters down here. So when they put on the main belt, they're stacked. I don't do it up here because I didn't have enough room. I didn't. Yeah.
Well, if I were to do it, I would do a normal one, outputting everything except Promethium, and then a stack insert.
Well, yes, yeah, that's what I do everywhere else. Literally everywhere else. Oh, look at how thick the asteroids are.
Part of that is your speed. I don't think you usually have a ship that goes this fast.
Yeah, this is... Now we're just launching missiles constantly. Now you see the benefit of having explosive missiles. Like it's doing a huge amount. Oh, man, those are some close... Okay, maybe we want to turn it around. We want to turn it around. We're going back to Novice.
You might need railgun shooting speed.
Yep. We definitely need that. Those huge asteroids got way too close. Way too close. Those things would single-handedly obliterate this ship. I mean, they would burrow like all the way through if you missed it.
Even a big does that. If you lost a couple shuttles from that, just watching in horror as we just see this big asteroid just demolishing the ship.
Well, a big, at the very least, there's a lot of other turrets that could take out a big if it got past, right?
Yeah.
The issue with the huges is, if it gets past the railguns, there's no railguns behind it that could aim at it, right? You don't put a railgun in the middle of your ship because it will literally destroy anything that it shoots at in between, like, including your own ship, which is why they're on the edges, because, yeah. So yeah, if a huge got through here, there's nothing to stop it coming all the way back. Yeah, I could redirect some of my other turrets to shoot at it, but I mean, these things have such a high resistance to everything, literally. Everything else. Yeah, see this one? Not good. Rail. Shooting. There's a few cryosciences that we can chew up.
Yeah.
So much stone. Yeah. Remember, those are 50% chance. So, whew. I would like, as soon as we hit 50,000 plate, I might want to stop this, or at least turn off the supply. Let the fluid build up, and then let the asteroids will fill up on the belt. They'll literally fill that entire lane. Which, if you look at this, like, watch. Woo, look at them all. That is a lot of asteroids. Yeah, you usually don't have to get very far to fill up your ship, but the only thing I also wish you could do, right, is detect or get some readout of the distance. Right? You can read from and to. You can read those. You just can't read the distance from and to. Which would be very, very handy. Because as the distance, like, to the shattered planet increases, or decreases, as it decreases, you want to edge your ship to be slower and slower. Because what we saw with this asteroid density is nothing compared to near the shattered. Like, this is a maybe 1% of what you actually see.
Well, you could show the paths. Let's see.
Yeah.
Go to space map.
So, showing this, you can see we are right 400, right about here. This is where we are. Okay, so you can see 27 huge Promethium asteroids, 27 per minute. This is 700 a minute. So it's 27 to 700. That is what? 40x? Right around 40x, the amount of asteroids. And then, not to mention that these stay pretty consistent. I don't know why the metallic. Why does the metallic spike at 1.6 million? Like, I don't know why that is. But you have this spike here, and then it drops off. So these never go to zero, which is very nice. I'm very happy they never go to zero. But then this is just like crazy. And then even parked above the shattered planet, you're gonna get like 300 a minute asteroids coming in, just floating into your ship, right? This never drops to 0. So, and then when you leave the shattered planet, this is the shit. When you leave the shattered planet to come back, you spike here and then start falling off. So it like you want to go very, very slow, right? You want to do that very slowly. So,
Oh, do you want to rearrange the research, or do you want to make sure you finish that explosive one first?
no, we'll be fine. They're gonna get progressively thinner. We haven't come close to disaster. We've seen it on the horizon. So turning around now, like, we're fine. Like this will be no problem. The other thing that helps is when it shoots, right? It just blows through everything. So it's like,
yeah,
it helps. You don't need a super high shooting speed. We would if we wanted to go any further. I don't want to destroy them too far away, because the floaty bits we need to get near the floaty bit. But yeah, if you put wings on these, right, you can't have these guys on the wings right here. You'd have to put these guys up here along the edge, because these, if there's a wing sticking out, these would blow right through that wing and just destroy everything. So this one and this one would have to maybe rotate straight out, and then you'd have to have another one of these up over here. You could do it. You could put two winglets on here and pull in an unholy amount of astro. Like, it would be so many. We would almost need a dedicated belt going around just for Promethium, which you could do. You could add that along the very edge, right? You could just edge the whole thing right in front of the gun turrets. You would have the Promethium belt.
To be fair, though, we do have 3 more tiers of belt.
Yes, we have 3 more tiers. The topmost tier with stacking right now, with no more stacking research, the topmost tier belt, once we research it, is going to be 1,500 per second, which is a lot. So I don't anticipate needing, like, more belt infrastructure. 1,500 a second. That is so many.
Yeah.
Considering when we started the game, the base tier transport belt to start us off was 15. Right? 15%.
Yep.
So that is a 100x increase in the amount of material that we can move over the course of the game. That's a, I like round numbers. Like, it's nice. 100x from 15 to 1,500 per second.
And if we really need it, we can always stack more of the stack.
Yeah, we could research more levels of that, which, whew, that would be crazy.
Yep.
Because that research from that mod, which I have customized, so we're using my customized version of that. That version, yeah, it's very possible because I limit the sprite count, so it's handy. Take a quick peek at Gleba and just make sure that everything is okay there. Gleba shuttle, amazingly, is still out. What is... Oh, we still have 164,000 science.
Crazy.
How is that even possible? Like, we have been researching... This is a 2 million science thing. And we've barely scratched... Yeah. So, what we could do right now... well, yeah. It would have been smart to do when we had the Aquilo. Is there an Aquilo and an Ag that's not? I don't think there is. There's Aquilo. There's no Aquilo and well, Foundation Fruit. What I want to do is I want an Aquilo and an Ag. Well, not really an Ag. We're already legendary on it. If we don't have any Ag, that's fine. So just Aquilo, which is the next tier. So once these get done, the Ag will return back. So the Ag just drains out. And then what I want to do is I want to basically take these away and let the for the most part the research drain out. That way we can expand the research. I already cleared the trees and everything back here, but do another 10 branch onto the east side of all of these. That way there's 20 in a row, and then we have 4 rows. And then we can, if we need, we can expand even more, but with the faster belts, we'll be able to move the ag science down that path pretty fast. But all right, go back. So yeah, these we've come about 100,000 kilometers back, so it's getting thinner and thinner and thinner, and we're just about at the mark. About at 50. And then the mythic grabby hands have an even further range. Their collection area goes up, another big step, and they have 11 arms. So the mythic tier, you can scoop up so much stuff with those.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that one going.
I mean, it's nuts how many asteroids those things can pick up.
Oh man, I remember when we first started getting the legendaries, or even, above common for the first time.
Yeah,
it's like, whoa.
When you're base game and you get your first like rares and epics, like holy cow, what a difference that makes. All right, we should be just fine on all of our material. Rockets are doing fine. Ammo's doing fine. Railgun ammo's doing fine. And once this thing is safely tucked back at home, we can work on the biter egg launching system and wiring all the
Yeah, really important one to try and figure out for those who haven't gotten to that point yet.
Yeah, we definitely want. First of all, I want to turn off the timer on it in case it's still. It is. Turn that off. That's the master switch, right? Turning this off, nothing will get launched no matter what's being requested. So that's step one, is turning that off so we can we can do it without some weird partial amount of eggs getting launched, because that would be bad. All right, we are so close. I could have like put belts all up and down here just as a, hey, let's store some asteroids just for funsies, right? Just that way we don't have to launch the ship right away again. We can just yeah, this thing is, we're gonna hit 50,000, and I'll turn this off. This will back this up. This will back all of these up, which will back up this belt of asteroids, and then it'll start backing up the primary belt, which is fun. Because we're gonna be not able to pick up very many, so I want a little bit of a backlog.
Would it work better so you've got like a splitter here and then you're voiding the stone? Would it be better to set priority so that the output goes to voiding?
No, because then they would always be voided. It would void everything. Those inserters would void literally everything. And I want to keep a little bit just in case.
Yep, but you know, you've got a circuit condition there.
Yeah.
For
It's just, it keeps some Promethium on the, you know, I'm just trying to, like, flatten the curve. I'm trying to normalize production as much as possible. But I needed a way to keep a little bit of stone on the belt, and then void some if it got too excessive. And the way that it gets too excessive is if the asteroids build up enough that they can't output the stone. But I mean, it's been working. It's been working seamlessly this whole time, and we haven't really had a problem with it. So.
Oh, the only thing I noticed is that there's these first 3 machines are often idle for the crushers.
All right, we have.
But I mean, the Promethium isn't a big factor.
We have 50,000. So now this thing, I'm going to drain this thing out of holmium and all of this. And there it is. So now this thing is going to, these are going to fill up this tank. I don't think I have any extra tanks to send any here. But yeah, we got to also remember this is 500 in there, so that's fine. So this is telling us, hey, we have at least 50 of these, we have 0 of these, and we have at least 500 of these. So, yeah. Now it's a matter of, if everything backstuffs, that's fine, right? I want tons and tons of fluid. I want a lot of this stuff. As a backlog. This is important. Because once we unlock this craft, we'll get exponentially more. We'll get 2.5 times more plate per fluid, right? So it's like way more beneficial to have a little bit extra, because then you can just ramp that up. And yeah, we are now coming out of Promethium area, so less than 100,000 kilometers left. We'll be fine.
It's surprising how entertaining it is to just watch the asteroids. Too. They did a good job of making this visually entertaining.
Oh yeah, the grabby hands and all the snaky like animations that I don't know how they did it. Culverex has started streaming by Factorio bug fixing, and I watched one of his. I not streaming. I don't know if he streams it or what, but I watched one of them yesterday, and crushed this code base. So when they fix a bug, they first create an automated test that replicates the bug, and then they can just their automated test literally like manually builds like place this belt, place this belt, place this belt, place this belt, place this belt in these orientations, and then simulate clicking and dragging the mouse from this location to this location, and it like the automated they have the whole system built that literally you could play the game with this automated system, right? Every command you can specify to replicate the bug and to do the test, and then they go through and then basically they can run the game and constantly like debug it with the test. They don't have to. They can do it without the graphics, right? They have a system built so they can do these test cases and not have the graphics of the game. It's just all behind the scenes. Absolutely fantastic. But yeah, just absolute nerd prawn. Like, just crazy.
Yeah, I remember seeing one of their, like you said about the debugging and issue replication, where they were like, yeah, this is what it looked like before. They had like 16 windows on the screen, and it was, you know, this one did have the graphics engaged, and it was you know, each of the screens was doing something slightly different, trying to replicate the issue, or, you know, testing or whatever. And now this is what we have, and it cut it like into 64ths or maybe even more, and not only was it, you know, that many, but the tick timer was highly accelerated too. So, you know, it would place a belt, you know, usually be like tick 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 tick, but in the test it was.
Yep. Yeah, time is money when it comes to fixing bugs.
Yep.
Want it to be as fast as possible. All right, I need to ensure we have nearly no limit on Promethium asteroids coming in. Where is there it is. And I have this set to 5,000. I mean, I do not want to stop. I don't care if all the asteroid collectors are full of Promethium. Do not stop ever collecting Promethium. Just build the belt up, which is actually backing up now. You can see it's backing. But each segment of belt can hold 28. It can actually hold 40. There it is, 40. So, yeah, I want all the Promethium. Do not ever stop. We have 50,000, 60,000 kilometers left. Grab it all. And we are getting 2 asteroids per chunk, and it's generating half the number of chunks. There's another mod that we have on here that is UPS friendly asteroids is the mod. So UPS friendly asteroids allow you to set a divider on the number of chunks and a multiplier on what they're worth, right? So when it's going out and grabbing a chunk, that's actually 2 asteroid chunks. And then the asteroid itself is generating half the number. And you can set that, you can tune that however you want. I just do a half because, I mean, cutting it in half is actually pretty good. Ooh, that got really close. But we're just about out of the woods here. We could have gone a little bit further. I just realized these are trying to put on. I think I want these to be.
Yep, that way when it outputs them, it puts them on the
Yeah,
other side.
I was like, my brain thought that it was doing it the right way, but yeah, these are putting on the outside of the belt, which is the inside here, which is what I want. Because these prioritize the inside of the belt, not the outside. But either way, we're backstuffed all the way back. We're right around here somewhere. So we could fit a lot more, but we're just about out of the woods. And then we got to go. It's a long trip, which is why we probably are going to want at least 2 of these ships. Because once we really get ramped up in our science, so if you want to spend a little time, Oz, just looking at my grinder, my Promethium grinder, and just step by step, start at the beginning, and just kind of make sure I didn't make any major mistakes. And also with the knowledge that these first 2 are not used at all, because these first 2 here are not hooked up because I was worried about eggs. So so it's double beaconed because I originally had a splitter here and it was feeding both, but that makes eggs like not split evenly. So I was worried that it would cause problems.
Yeah, a single high-level biter is not good. Okay, here's one issue, I think.
Damn it, he already found one.
Oh,
okay.
Nope. Okay, I was misreading where the greater than symbols are. It's good.
Yeah. I don't think we've even tickled the amount of how we haven't even close to the amount of power that we have available to us. Goot. Once we get back to Navi, I might redo these grabby hands up here because these would be very handy if these were stacked. So I think we have, which is weak. Wow, this is explosive. It's sure taking on.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing 23,000-ish.
Yep.
It's just that big of research.
Yeah, 2 million. It's a cost. Right. speed just did a little bit of a bump. Now on the way back to Aquilo. And I'm pretty sure when it navigates to Novice, it always goes through Cleveland. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. We could rearrange the interrupt to make sure, like, but yeah, I don't know why that it insists. Right from here, because now we're headed back, and it always goes to Gleba first. It never goes Aquilo to Fulgora back, even though it's the exact same. I don't know if it's like an alphabetical thing, where it's like F comes before G and it's going back. I have no idea why it chooses Gleba first. It's literally like the same distance from here to here to here to here. So why does it always choose Gleba? Always. It would have been nice to go, to swing past Fulgora, just to reload on Holmium, because we used. Remember, we picked up 40,000 Holmium, and we have 14,000 left. So used almost 30,000. We got the backup of Promethium up to right around in. Yeah, almost exactly.
Yeah.
There's none in here. There's 10 in there, which is one stack sitting in here. There's none of it inside of it. There's probably some, like, in somebody's hand, so some of the stack inserters might have. Yeah, so there's one here. There's 8. So we can just, like, override stack size and do that. It'll dump them off. With this. And it pushes them in. And that, 2, 4. Usually these. There's 8.
So I'm stuck in these asteroid collectors too.
How? Oh, on this side, yeah. This side it'll be stuck, and that's fine. Not many. Look at which asteroid collectors are you?
The ones on the left side, like right before it forces.
Oh, right, yeah, because these are. This is where they were.
Yeah.
That's good because that's just extra storage. So each one of these would be. God, what is it? 1, 2, 64 storage. So that would be 640 asteroids. I was hoping to get the asteroids all the way around and backed up in the little nub and have the asteroid collection start. But
yeah,
we turned it around too fast. Which is, you can always make it. But these round trips take about an hour to go out, completely fill up, and come back. It takes about an hour. Now, if we design the ship to be even faster, I do have a blueprint. I downloaded the blueprint. So it's this one. This one, the person claimed that this ship is capable of going max speed to the shattered, all the way to the shattered. Now, it doesn't collect Promethium at all. Not one bit. And you can see the head of this thing. Like, the number of railguns and stuff in it. So, that's a big difference. Is I don't saturate my railguns up here. I could probably add one more on this side. Take this gun turret out. Put another railgun here and just grab it from this belt here. And do the same on this side. Right? I can't put them over here because they would hit the nub. These two These two are fine.
I'm surprised that that blueprint that you downloaded, that they don't use diagonal railguns.
Well, it's going so fast that it's never a problem. The ship is designed to go like 360 kilometers. Like it cruises, even when the field is full of asteroids. Like it's moving so fast that the railguns in the front have the left and right range. It shoots them far enough on each side that the ship just passes.
I meant for the forward-facing ones, because if you, because there's, from what I've seen, there's no real range to them.
They do have two on each side that are facing diagonally.
Outward. I mean inward. So if you had one where I have this asteroid collector highlighted,
Inward.
On the east side,
Yeah.
facing west diagonally, it would annihilate everything, from there all the way off to the screen, all the way off to the west.
West.
Yeah. So face it westward.
Oh. Well, there are. I mean, if I pull that up again, you can vaguely see there are railguns that are facing east and west down the side of the ship.
Yep.
I didn't think there were, but they seem to have them. I thought the two diagonals, like they clear such a wide range in front of it. The vast majority of ammo you go through on this ship is railgun, because the railguns shoot so often in the front that if they're plowing through all the other types of asteroids, it's breaking. So the missiles and the gun turrets really, they still shoot, but and I know that it uses explosive missiles and piercing missiles. All right, I need, before this ship is out of the woods now. Now it's not even in danger. I need to go use the restroom one more time. We'll get to the Promethium raft. Okay. Gave the cat her treats. She should be content for the next 10 minutes. Like, her poor little brain. So, he wants the treat. So I go to the table, I open the can, I grab a couple out. We've done this almost every day for 3 years. 2 years. 3 years, whatever. I don't know how long I've had her. I grab a couple out and I throw it. She chases it, sniffs it, and then she just like stares at it for like a full minute and a half. She just like stares at it. Like anticipating it trying to run away, I guess. And she looks at me and she looks back at it. Like, I'm like, what do you want? Like, how many times do we have to do this before you just eat it? And then once she eats it, then the next one she does right away, right? It's just that first one. For some reason, her poor little brain, like, doesn't remember yesterday. And she remembers that treat time. She remembers treat time. She doesn't know, like, you just eat the treat. So yeah, I have a little like sealable container on my table that has just a few of them in there, and finally that research finished. Jesus. My dad stayed over here a few months ago. He stayed overnight, and the next morning he asked me, he's like, "What are those?" And I said, "They're cat treats." He's like, "Oh, I thought they were candy." And I'm like, "The smell didn't alert you that look, they don't smell like human food." I think he was just kidding. I don't think he ate it, but the thought was funny. Yeah, see, it went through Gleba. Told you, it always goes through Gleba. I don't know why. F comes before G. So if it's doing it alphabetical, it should go to Fulgora first, and then Navas. But no, for some reason, it goes through Gleba first, always. Alright, I don't think this will trigger when we get to Novice, so it'll be fine. Oh, so many. We don't need a railgun anymore, and now the research is finishing, which is funny. Okay, so these are actually going. So what I want to do is I want to turn off the supply of fresh science packs. Because again, I want these to sort of drain all the way out. Now, let's look at how are we going to launch the egg? Well, we're going to come down here, and we're going to grab one of these little guys, and we're going to ploppity plop one of these down, and wait for a bot. Thing. There it is. All right. So this we're going to set to Promethium P1. Okay. Now I want one of these because I like... Which color wire do we have going into this? We have green wire. Green wire going in. So green wire has to come out. So this gets us all of the things from the ship. The plate, all of the things. Right? So this is wrong and bad. So this is, we're going to do this. We're going to figure this out. This is... We need a skull. We need a skull through here, right? So once we're in orbit, we are going to get a Promethium asteroid greater than 0. So this Promethium asteroid greater than 0, this is the symbol that we use on this ship. Well, we actually, yeah, greater than 0. Because remember, the asteroid will be 1 for P1, and it'll be 2 for P2, 3 if we need more than one ship. So the problem will exist if we have 2 ships at once in orbit. So that would be a problem. So we would need a decider. How do we do that?
I'm back. What? So you need a decider for what number of ships, or?
Well, the way that I had this set up, the way that I was thinking about setting this up, is the Promethium asteroid is the symbol that the Promethium ship is in orbit, and it needs at least 1 rocket. That's the like, but the actual output of the value of 1 would mean that's the first, like, Promethium 1, right?
Oh, I see.
The second ship, you could output a value of 2, which is, Promethium 2 would be an output value of 2. But if both ships are in orbit, right, then if we combine the Promethium asteroid chunk values, then you would have equals 3. But that would be wrong. You don't want to launch eggs if both 1 and 2 are in orbit, because they're both requesting them, and you don't know where the eggs would go.
Yeah.
So I don't know how, if this one's coming in, why are we above Fulgora? Can you tell me why we're above Fulgora?
Assume need plate was activated. And then is there an end to that interrupt? There's supposed to be.
Why does this interrupt? What is this? Oh. Did we get damaged?
I wonder if it did. That would make sense, because yeah, there's no circuit condition, and that's exactly what that one has.
I don't see a D value at all.
Oh, by now it's probably cleared.
How did we get damaged?
Yeah.
Like, we literally survived without a scratch all the Promethium stuff, and we got damaged on the way to freaking Novice?
I bet you I know what was up. It was probably, I mean, unless you can tell me for sure that it wasn't going to Fulgora. On the way back from the shattered planet, what probably happened was an asteroid got too close, and the explosive damage from a rocket damaged like one of the collectors or the railgun or something like that. You know, it was just close enough that it got a little bit of splash damage. Sheer speculation, but
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly possible.
so I had one idea for rocket delivery. Or well, yeah, rocket delivery. Biter egg delivery, more specifically. Wonder if you could do like a handshake situation where, when this one goes back to novice, it doesn't have a request. Let's see.
You can't dynamically change the request.
Well,
You can dynamically change what gets launched, but you cannot change the request in any way, shape, or form.
right. Damn.
And that's the crux of the whole thing. Is that's why you can't have two ships in orbit at once, because you cannot control which ship the eggs go to. So
I guess you'd need to queue at Gleba or something like that, or anyway,
yeah, you could, and then I could possibly use this space down here for a. I could use this space for a signal receiver, and then send a signal when I already have a channel going where it gives how much science is on the planet. So if the science drops below a certain point, you could go from like Fulgora to novice, drop off whatever science you have, reevaluate your interrupts, and then go back to Fulgora and just linger above Fulgora. That's definitely a decent solution. Right.
The tricky part would be communicating to a single ship and saying, "Okay, you're next in line."
Stop trying to go to the goddamn... Why are you trying to do this? Damage taken, or rockets, or piercing it. There we go. That's why. It wasn't damage taken. It was rockets are low. Right? Because I was looking at the wrong types of ammo. So I was looking at base rockets and base ammo, not the upgrade. So it wasn't damage taken. It was the rockets that were doing, or the ammos. Okay, so let's drop those off.
I think it's gonna try and leave again.
Nope.
Oh, nope. Okay.
Okay, so down here we're getting the novice, we are getting the asteroid. We have the number of plate, right? Which that will dictate. If we go number, we go plate. Now, a full rocket of 500 eggs is going to need 500 plate. So instead of dividing this by 1.2 thousand, we want to divide this by 500. Right? So if we now take this and hook this up, this should spit out, we need 100 rockets. Right? So a total, this ship can support a grand total of 100 rockets. Not that we have 100 rockets to ship, but basically the skull is passed through, and the skull dictates how many of these launch. Up to 8. Or no, 16. So this one here is greater than 15, and that's where it is. So 100 is greater than 15, which means all of these would launch all at once. But not anymore, right? Because there's a timer on here that's decently, it's long enough for these to restock, and it's long enough, must be long enough for the ship to basically have time to consume them. So this now is a good indication of that. And we want... I don't want to pass through this... Well... If we... Okay. Let's hook this green up to here. And we add... Oh no, not condition. We say... asteroid equals 1. Right. Or asteroid equals 2. We want to pass through asteroid. And we could add an or asteroid. And I think we would probably have to go binary with it, right? Like almost like treating them like bit flags. So 1, 2, 4, 8, etc. Because we wouldn't want a 3. We wouldn't want the third ship to be a 3 because that's 1 plus 2. So if we combine these two values, 2 ships would make 3. But that would be bad, right? So we would do 4. Because 1 plus 2 is 3. A 4 would mean, well, a 4 would mean a 1 and a 3 is, no. Oh, a 4 would be just the 4. Because if you have a 2 and a 1, right, that would be a 3. So a 4 would be just ship number 3. And then 8 would be the next one. So you'd equal 8. If it's any other value, then if it's a 3, a 5, any other combination of those would be more than one ship, which we don't want. We don't want to send them. So we would also do an or Promethium equals 4, right? And then an 8. Depends on how many ships. Because the Promethium value itself doesn't matter. As long as it's greater than 0 here, then it doesn't matter. And then we can send the skull value on the red. And that's where the skull value. Yes, I have a green cat on my lap. So if we say this outputs the green, and this outputs the red. These are both true. The skulls is greater than 0. Pass through the skull value. This is saying the skull value, right? Because these two are mutually exclusive, right? We want this one or this one. But what if what happens if both? I think I set that because this is looking at red. Red is equal to 0 and green is greater than 0. Or red greater than 0. They're mutually exclusive. If one is true, the other has to be. Or put it differently. If one is greater than 0, then the other has to be. If they're both greater than 0, this would never pass that through, which means Gleba ship, Promethium ships, right? Because if I use a bunch of Gleba-based soil, the overgrowth soil, the Gleba ship would automatically come here and try to fill up. So I'm liking more and more that the Promethium ships orbit either Gleba or Fulgora. Fulgora would be the better, because then you can just pull in oleum as you need it. And it would be only one hop away from Aquila, so that would be purring, vibrating, purring. So this is getting skull value. Okay. Now we go up here. And I want one. Send this. Oh my god. This thing is fucking huge. My god. Why did you make it so big? Really didn't account for this, I guess. I'm gonna have to lose 6 of them. Yeah. This have a science. Put down. There's all the stuff. Research wise, these should. Why? Oh. Right. We need to. The Aquila science we use 6 times more. This. And I don't think this uses metallurgy. Microphone pick. That'll go a long ways to help drain out willow science. And then this. Already. has been up? What are you doing? Any of the ships that I have evasive maneuvers on just got scrambled.
Oh, shoot.
This is why Coldstone is here. Hello, science. What do you hear?
That's right, because that evasive maneuvers thing is universal, ain't it?
Willow is gonna go nuts. $100,000 science request.
Oh boy. I mean, it's got it, but that's gonna be a lot of rockets. Oh, nice. And the rockets complete before
Oh, easily.
it's
Like,
launched. Yeah.
easily. The rockets are so fast. I don't even know if I upgraded Aquila. Are those all legendary? I don't
yeah,
know. I did.
at least some of them are. Yeah, it looks like they all are.
Oh, I guess this research doesn't use purple either. Oh, it doesn't.
Surprised it doesn't use more logistics bots. Because it looks like they're going back and forth. But it's so hard to tell. No, I guess not. Watching it again.
Are you looking at Willow?
Yeah. Well, this will give us good test on cryoscience too, how fast it's going to be able to produce.
Having a problem with floral heat.
Is it?
It's steadily draining.
Okay. Ah, ammonia is the issue. That's supposed to be voiding. Oh, we have a limit on the chest coming in. minimize that. I'll change the void parameter. No, I'll just remove the input parameter. Because yeah, now that we're importing ice, we need, you know, it was voiding it if it was above like 3,000 or something. Well, if we got a shipment of, you know, 10,000 in, it'd end up voiding a lot of that. Yeah, floral ketone is our limiting factor at the moment. Well, I can just create one of these chem plants that just voids the ice coming out of it. If obviously, you know, first priority would be to grab the ice, but if it goes above a certain point, void it. I place one of those setups, yeah, right down here.
she had to give an opportunity to thank me by giving her chin scritches for the treat. That was her thank you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Her thank you was give me attention and chin scritches. Okay. The rest of these are going to be, I'm probably just going to drain quite a lot of these out. Make sure. No gubbins. So those are icky, low level. Yeah, I designed a couple days ago. I did the space grinder, and this little beast is not really, not really optimum. I mean, it works. I had to sort of kit bash this in here, and it does a little trip when science is low and ice is low. It just goes out to Fulgura and back. It's definitely just sitting in orbit above Novice is not even remotely close to enough ice to keep this thing satisfied. It is very hungry. Now, iron and stuff tends to keep up, but yeah, ice, holy moly, does it go through a lot of ice. But yeah, this is one of the instances where I just beaconed the shit out of it. Just like, now I could use my Promethium. I could use this and just go nutso with the space stuff. So it's definitely an option. Okay. I'm just trying to chew this up enough to get these wrapped around. It doesn't look like I'm really going to have success doing that because, yeah, it just ran out of this. So let's grab these. This is why I have an Uber in. So many. Oh, blues. Wow. Wow. Does research not use blues? I think it does. Pretty sure. Right. Blue. So these are all off. So I could turn these back on. That'll get all of the things running again. Because, yeah, now just these two are the same as we had before. So I'm still working on getting these things updated. So let's get these last two hoovered up. in. We should be rocketing back up. And now, the other thing I need to do is ensure the red. Yeah, see the red wires. There we go. You can see it immediately pops these in. So we need the outputs. Where are these signals coming? Where these are set filters. Where are these coming? I think here. This needs to be. Because they were not pulling those out. So this was when this equals 0, send the signal, which sets them in addition to this thing. Always going to pull out spoilage, but yeah, the return of that should be good. We need that, and then I bridged all these. Yes. This. There were a bunch of machines. Or a bunch of labs that had those stuff. Okay. Those should make their way back. It's a long process now, but they should make their way back. We want to. Oh, do I spot? Yeah, there's some base quality ones. So this should, again, double our research. So we're sitting about 22.5. This should get us to 45,000 per minute. Which isn't bad. Not near our goal, but it isn't bad. It's a good start.
Work in progress.
Considering we started at 160, actually we started at like 60. That was our base value. Now we're draining huge amount of science out of here, so kick-started the craft Okay, let's go over here. Now that that project is done, I wanted to get that done before I introduced yet another one of these. Okay, let's think about this. Ship in orbit, coming in. This is grabbing P1. We're coming in. We're sending it. We're calculating how many total rockets we can support, and this could change as if we completely fill up with like 400,000 plate. Right, this is going to be a huge amount of rocket. But remember, I want to also gate this behind behind how many science we actually have, like either on the ship. So like this is the symbol the ship is sending. This is the inventory. So we want, no, we don't want this. We don't want it on this one because this is a single. We don't want to gum up. We don't want to gum up. Let's do another one of these, and we need to decide: do we have a need for science? Is there a need? Which we have we don't want to launch any rockets. We don't just willy-nilly launch rockets. Because the ship is always going to request that. So we want to launch them when we have space, because if we just max it out, the ship is going to fill up completely. There's going to be no room for science packs. Everything is going to backlog, and you're going to have eggs. Like, it would be very bad if it just sat with thousands of it. So I think we're going to want another one of these. This one's going to be just grabbing the science stuff. Okay, but this one, I believe, is on green as well. So this is grabbing the science. So we could put a decider like here. And this could be if Promethium Legendary is less than, I don't know, 20 output, low bit. Okay. So the low battery symbol means, hey, we could use science, you know, we're low. 20,000 is definitely going to be low. We could wire this into here. Or where do we want to wire this? We want to wire it. We want to wire it into this one. We want an and low battery greater than 0. Okay. So that gates any launch behind how many we have in stock. Now we need to read how many packs we have on the ship. So this wire, this green line here, is the ship's inventory. So this one is if Promethium, and I hate, again, Promethium, Legendary. There's going to be so many. Once we research Mythic, oh my god, there's going to be so many places. When Promethium science equals 0, right, on the ship, we want to output thermometer low. So when we have no more Prometheum science on the ship, we're on thermometer low. So we want to also wire this one into there. This one is getting... So this one now is getting thermometer low. So now we want to do thermometer low greater than 0. So we have all of these different conditions. So this one is determining how many we have on the planet. This one determines how many we have on the ship. This one determines or calculates how many rockets we can actually support on the ship. We don't want to send any more rockets than we can actually supply. We'll have there's a little bit of a remainder because we're not counting how many are in the crafter, how many plates are in the crafter. So you'll always be off by at most like 1 rocket, which is fine. I don't mind that at all, because the ship doesn't count what's in the crafter either, so it sees that it's empty as well. So what we want to do here is this right now is sending Skull 100, so it will launch every one of these. We don't necessarily want to do that right. We want to launch 1 rocket and test with that. So I'm going to put out a constant. Okay. We are going to output Skull 1. Okay. We're going to disconnect that. And we're going to connect that. So now we just have 1 skull. Right? Just 1. We don't we only want this one here is the only one that'll launch. Because if there's something wrong and there's a problem, we can quickly void the eggs, send them back to the planet, and just garbage them, right? Just send them into either a burner or just a void chest. And get rid of them. That way they don't, they don't get spicy. They don't hatch in space. That would be bad. They get really grumpy when they hatch. Okay, so to launch it, we just have to turn the timer on once. And then it'll launch that one and then just stop. Because the timer, I think I have set to 30,000, which is... $30,000 divided by 60. 500 seconds? Is that right? $8 minutes. 8 and a third. So it won't actually try again for another 8 and a third minutes. Okay. This is so nerve-wracking. Let's just do another quick checkup here. It'll launch them in here, send them in here. This will sit and craft. Consume plate. It's going to be 500 plate that it'll consume. I'm going to turn off. I'm going to turn off automatic. I don't want this to like randomly leave for whatever reason. So this will sit and craft. It'll give us a massive variety the legendaries will automatically get sent down to the planet. Because there's already a request for those, I think. Yeah. So these will remember it's like 1 in 10,000 will be legendary, and so very few of them, but non-zero. Those will get sent automatically, and then these, I'm hoping, work just fine because we're gonna craft 10 at a time. And we have all of the gubbins. Okay, I think we want to turn this on. And then if anybody heard that sound, so that sound that I play indicates that the launcher system just launched eggs, so be on alert. In about 10 minutes time, there could be some shenanigans happening. All right, so the eggs, it takes about 30 seconds. And there we go. This comes up. These go through. Yeah, these are fine. We just got to make sure that none of the crafters have eggs just sitting in them. That's number one priority. Oh, these have... Wait. Oh, I missed an insert. There we go. Right? These few legendaries on here, I mean, that's fine. So we're not going to get exactly back what we thought. Just because there's a little bit of remainder on here. I think it's maybe 20. I can actually look at, there it is. Yeah, there's 20 on each side. So there's 40 there. I don't see any eggs lingering at all. Okay. Now, how many were sent down? We need these to be legendary. We have 350 in there. 70, 80, 90. How many is that? Let me scoop these up.
450? 460?
440. 460, 480. We're missing
So
20.
160.
We're missing 20. I'm guessing the 20 that we're missing are in somebody's stacker hands. That's what I'm guessing. There's some stack inserters floating around here. So there's the 20 in here. There's the 20 in there, right? So the splitters have the 20, but that's unavoidable. So there's probably 2 stackers with 5 in each, or whatever. We're missing 20. They're not up. They're not going to be up here. They're definitely not going to be a myth. There's some. We have 10 here. So why don't we override and make that 10? override and make that 10. Because they craft in groups of 10 anyway, so, I mean...
Okay, I found another group of them here. Yep, another 10 up here.
Where?
Legendary crafter, way up here. This,
Where?
inserter.
This? Oh,
That one,
yep.
there you go.
There we go. I just looked at that too. I didn't see them.
Yeah.
They're hard to spot when you have the oh, there's the other ones right here. Right there.
You said that there was some stuck on a splitter?
Yeah, right here.
Ah.
And then on the other side. There's 20 on each side. And that's just not avoidable. Because once we get to Mythic and we start upcrafting them, then those will just get consumed. But I just wanted to verify. We're up to 450. There's probably some on the ship that just haven't been sent down.
I'm not seeing them. Maybe they were en route.
There, 460. Yep, it was in between. So we have 460 plus the 40. We have exactly 500. Everything has been accounted for. Right? It would make accountants proud. We just balanced the budget. We just literally balanced the budget. So now, should we do a full test and watch this thing go nuts? So we're going to turn this
what's
off.
The worst that could happen?
What's so many of the worst things that could happen right now. We're going to hook this up here. This is off. So now we're at 99 skulls. So the one we sent, right? Remember we had 50,000 plate. That one we sent actually reflects this. So now is like a full set of these, since we have 50,000, a full set of these is going to be a crazy amount of science. Okay, are we prepared for this? This is going to be all 16 rockets launching all at once.
Amazing how synchronized they are.
Yep, that was perfect synchronicity. Anyway, I think we have enough cargo base to take as many rockets as we can throw at this thing.
There's mass producing them.
Should have timed it, but yeah, look at the eggs falling. And there we go. So the eggs are out. Good, good, good. Here come a flood. Right, so this is... We have all of these ready to go.
Is this first crafter not even being used?
Yeah, I mentioned that a few times.
Sorry.
It's not being used because there's no way to guarantee the eggs get distributed perfectly.
Right.
Because we don't have a storage. That's the problem. Is we can't put a storage up here. I mean, I could edit the refrigerator mod and be able to like do that, but all right, we have 7,000 science here, and I think it's just waiting, right? Because the system the game now like budgets its export, so it doesn't spam like 1 or 2, 1 or 2, 1 or 2. It actually like, but let's go up here. The other thing is I'm only requesting 1,000. So there's obviously 1,000 in here. As you can see, it's exactly 1,000. That's kind of funny that it's exactly 1,000. But we want to then say, instead of 1,000, we want 100,000, and that should have triggered the ship. Yep.
Should we knock out a few researches?
Well, the first research is going to be the more efficient plate research.
Yeah.
Because that will allow us to send the ship back out and grab many more sciences worth of plate. But I first want to do a little bit of shenanigans with the receiver on the ship and see if we can't use that. Okay, so we have 8,000. Let's send those, our first 8,000. And it's 8,000 because every time we launch a set of rockets, that's 8,000 eggs, which is 8,000 crafts, which is 8,000 science. So it's like all the numbers sort of match up. It's really nice. And so we can trigger this. Once again. Let's leave it on this time. I just want to see what happens. Because this should, as soon as we get some Promethium on the ship, this should trigger and turn this off. Right? And so turning it off will eliminate the skulls from... Oh, Jesus. That's a problem. Yep, there's a bug.
Uh-oh. Triggered too early and there's
It triggered
not enough.
way too early. The timer... Yeah, the timer...
Should I help you load up the eggs into the rockets?
We have a minute. We have a minute or two.
Okay.
I'm not panicked just yet. We have 200 in here. We're gonna need at least 500. 60. Now. Alright, this should be able to trigger it. Nope. Why aren't we getting a skull? That one. Did the ship leave?
Nope. Still in orbit.
Okay. Why are we not getting the asteroids? We are. Did it just click on and I just missed it? Yep. There we go. Okay, now we have to go through all the inserters. Oh shit. Okay, they just put them on. Now we need to empty
The machines.
all of the rockets.
Let's start down here.
Okay. This
I'll
is
just carry
why we
these
test.
bigger eggs around with me.
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Wonder, can you put in the output?
So what went wrong is the timer reset itself when the skulls disappear, right? So you can see that skull symbol is flickering, and that's the problem. When that skull symbol flickers, it resets the timer. So I probably want. How do we not reset the timer, but still have the timer?
Gotta do a loop back. Okay, so which one is it? I haven't followed the whole thing.
Which one is what?
Where is this the timer? These three here?
Yeah, I don't know why. Why do I have two? There should only be one of them. Okay, this one down here is the one that. No? Yeah, this one down here is the one that's dictating it. And it is. Yeah. So the timer. So the decider down here. The problem is the timer resetting. Right? So the skull. The timer runs if the skull is greater than 0. But the skulls disappear when the ship is processing, right? Because the whole circuit turns off if the ship doesn't need any. But we have the skull detection. We have to have the skull detection because we pass that through, and that is what dictates how many rockets. So, I don't know. So the timer circuit is the top one, and the bottom was the decider. That's just how that works.
Okay, I think I might know how to fix this, because you do already have a loopback on the top decider combinator.
Yeah, that's the timer.
So,
That's the timer master circuit.
yep.
And that's the thing that we have to stop resetting when skulls disappear.
Yeah.
Well, we want to reset the timer. We don't want the timer to run if we don't need it. Like, I don't know how to...
Well, you do need it to run, just in case the skull disappears for a moment.
Yeah, if the skull
just
disappears, we still need the timer to run because we don't have enough eggs, right? So
Yep.
it can't fire right away because there's not enough eggs, and that way, all the silos would be like half full of eggs, and everything would just work out.
Okay, so as an attempt to fix this, the top combinator, I'm going to add another condition, do it and, or no, no, it's going to have to be an or, and it's going to be more than one condition. Okay, I think we can do two conditions. We'll do an and. We want T on the red signal only greater than 0. So if it's counting right now, keep counting. And then the second would be T less than, yeah, you've got 30,000 exactly on the top one. So
that's red and green?
Well, I think that one would be all right, but we'll limit it to red. Well, now we'll duplicate it the way it is up there. There we go. So yeah, now I don't. Oh, okay, no, because it's not running the timer right now. I was gonna say I don't see T coming on the input signals, but yeah, that's because it's not running.
It's turned off right now.
Okay, so that should do it.
Okay.
But now we need to make sure that the second one will only trigger. Yeah, and you've got the conditions there, so I think that's fine.
Okay. So let's turn it back on. So it should launch again. Because yeah, Skulls was 51. So
I
watch
do
the
see
skull.
one.
The skull should flicker. Once those eggs arrive, the skulls will flicker. So the egg signal has disappeared as well. So I don't know where the hell that's coming from, or where that's supposed to come. It's supposed to come in on green.
I'll try to track it down.
I don't think I have that anymore. I don't think that exists. Oh, no,
Well,
there it
has
is.
to, 'cause- yeah, there it is.
So that is okay. That's the number of eggs on the ship.
Okay.
No, what is that? Where is that egg coming from?
That must be demand. I'll track it down. So it's coming in on the green signal. Oh, right here.
Oh,
The rocket
right. It's the
West.
demand from the ship. That's right. I forgot. I keep forgetting that the ship actually sends down its request. So we just, by that existing, it means the ship we use them all on the ship, because the ship only requests what it doesn't already have. So that existing already did that. The skull not exist, or the skull disappearing, that is yeah, okay. This is working. The skull disappearing means we're not getting a request, or we're not getting a demand of rockets right now, which probably means the ship has some Promethium on it or something. We'd have to look up here to see
the skull
why.
just popped up.
Oh, of course it happens right when. So these already have 100 in them, right? So the 30,000 I could set to 10,000 if I, because we're at 8,000 right now, and these are already full because these are legendary, and I have this balanced around basic common. So it takes 30,000, just under 30,000 ticks for the common ones to completely restock. But these are legendary, and they're super fast. And so yeah, less than 10,000 ticks it takes to restock them all. So I could change this to 10,000.
Oh, okay.
Did I just bork it in some
Nope.
way?
I did when I made that change. Oh no, okay.
Oh,
we have to change the bottom one to 10,000.
There it is. Resets it. Eggs turn off because the eggs go off because the ship is like, "Ooh, you're sending me eggs." Right? I'm going to cancel the request. Right? So the eggs disappear. So it's good that we did this, because that was one of the things that was triggering it. Because the eggs would disappear, and then the eggs would arrive and immediately start getting used, and the egg number would start going up, which would trigger it right away. See? Right away it starts adding up because the eggs are going into the machine. Even though the skull is still there, and you can see the skull is counting down because we're using plate. The skull disappears completely because there is now Promethium science packs that exist. Yep. Legendary science packs exist, but it's just like, oh, I don't need anything right now. And that's where this one is. No, that is this one. Oh, this one. Yes. It will only send out this signal when we have none of the science packs on the ship. Period. So now this will stay off, even though we could use them. I think this one here is where, so 19 19 more launches. 19 more rockets. Right. So let's watch this. There's already another 100. Like it's under 6,000 to get another 100. It's crazy how fast these legendary spawners are. Like they are so fast. Can you go?
Mythics.
Do I have alt? I had alt turned off, and I was like, we don't have any bioflux in this system. Alt. I'm just gonna watch this. So we need 19 rockets, which is 19 total rockets. The request is 8,000 eggs, and the timer is now counting up.
Were you wanting me to go somewhere?
No,
Okay.
I thought it was out of bioflux. I was going to send you to Gleba for bioflux. Alt mode was off. So.
Gotcha. Many a freakouts have occurred because of that.
Yeah, when I logged in last night, there was no bioflux, and all the spawners had reverted back to.
Oof.
Yeah, it was rough.
I imagine those turrets were taking care of them pretty good.
The turrets were doing a good job. All of the missile turrets were dead. Right? So the missile turrets were not able to recapture the bases because they were all destroyed.
Yep.
So now you can see skulls going down. Skulls should be very small. So the next time it launches, it will not be all of the silos, right? We'll have like maybe 3 silos. I forgot what it was. It was like 19, something like that.
Yeah, it was 19, so...
So we should have 3 silos. When it triggers again, when we have 0 Promethium, because this first batch, right? We're making enough for the research. So we should be collect because we have a request for 100,000. But the other thing that might dictate it would be this. We still have none in storage, so that means they're all on the belt still. Yeah, the belt holds a lot. Like a lot. Ooh.
Oh, we can't forget about the 200 stuck in the buffer chest.
All right. So yeah, 3 rockets, which is going to be this one. I think I just go across. No. Oh, how do I do this? Greater than 2. Yeah, just go across. I don't do them in groups. I just 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's these 3 rockets should launch next time. I am quite proud of the system that I built here because this problem of how do you deal with the eggs is like it's such a sensitive issue that it's like if it goes wrong, it really goes wrong.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 99 and there's the 3. And the timer, the timer of active inserters, that timer is balanced around the faster rocket launchers, right? So
Yeah, so if you copy any of this, be sure to account for all that stuff. Walk it through step by step.
and also the speed, the amount of time it's active, which is the lower one here. You see this T is less than 180. This is what triggers. It triggers for 3 seconds. It's 180 ticks. If you have lower tier inserters, you need to increase that value to ensure that all 500 eggs get launched. Or, yeah, all 500 eggs get loaded. So if you're using less quality inserters, then you're going to need to increase that 180 value. So the inserters are active more often. The moment those silos fill, you want to time it with whatever quality you have. The moment they're full, you want that to be right around how many seconds you need. And there's 60 ticks in a second, so that's why it's 3 seconds. So now, like, we have 20 plates left, right? So out of that first batch, we have 20 plates left out of the first 50,000. And so after this, now we want to do another double check. Now that everything is good to go. Just double check all the gubbins. Just make sure there's no eggs. You definitely don't want legendary or mythic eggs. That would be just a bad game.
Yeah, there's some epic ones stuck in a stack inserter.
What?
Should I clear those through? Yeah.
Oh,
right,
I thought you were talking about eggs. I was like,
oh, sorry.
oh yeah.
Not eggs.
I've been meaning to do a stack of 10 override. Because they craft in groups of 10, so you want to go through all of the output inserters and just make sure the override stack is.
Sure.
Because yeah, they have a varying lanes they go through. Like copying and pasting them is not. But anyway, we have all of the signs. We have 20 whole plate left. We don't have a lot. What I could do is I could grab these and just send them back around so that way they cycled. Could do that. But let's fire off the research that we want. Oh, it's tempting to do this one, but should we do? If we do a couple rounds, these are cheap enough. I don't know, 10%.
Productivity?
Because this would be 1,200 science, saves us 10%. So that would be a savings when we do this one, right? 10% savings on this. That's 10,000. That's a savings of 10,000. Just one level.
Yeah.
So
you could probably do a couple even.
Yeah. So if we do one of these. Oh, what is the... Oh, it's 120. Aha! Well, I'm glad I doubled our labs.
Yeah.
Why aren't these running? Oh, that's because this is egg science. So now we're going to save 10% on that one. I mean, I could get this to probably 50%. Another 10%. Let's queue up. Oh. So now we're saving 40%. We're not really... I don't know. How does the math work on it? We're not saving 40%, are we?
No, technically not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can never figure out like what the math around that is.
If I remember correctly, it's like 36 or something. I'll run the numbers here quick. So you got 100,000.
At 40% productive.
Yeah, at 40%.
Right.
So it would be divided by 1.4, I think. So you'd end up using 71,000 instead. So that'd be 38, 39. Oh, shoot. Ah, 28.5. 28.6%. Is it percent?
But still, like that, I only spent the first levels of that were relatively cheap. I don't think I spent that much. Yeah, the next tier 5 is only 2,400, so it's like I could have probably done another one.
Yeah. But still, we want to get that one out of the way, get it rolling again.
Right.
Another one you might want to invest in after the plate one is the Promethium Science Pack productivity.
Yeah.
Or do you want to do those kind of all at once?
No, we definitely want, but yeah. I mean, this one starts at 4,000. So it's a little bigger of a bite than the reds, which start at 2. We could knock out some red science like no tomorrow.
True, but we don't really need that one.
Yeah. But I could definitely knock out several levels of efficient meat, which that's a feedback loop that we can all support.
Man, that one's gonna be crazy.
It's going to get expensive fast because the starting point is 4,000, so the next one's going to be 4,000. I think 5,000, and then 60 to 50. It's a 25% multiplier. Every level is a 25% multiplier.
Yeah, it's weird how many variations they have on that one. Like mining productivity is well, at least last I knew. Maybe it's changed since. But that one adds like 1,000 every level.
Yeah, mining productivity is very unique, and it's just 1,000. It's just another 1,000 every level, which is why you can research mining productivity to an extreme degree.
I think on one of my games I had 500% or something.
Holy like Moses!
Yeah,
that's pretty damn good. I need. Okay, this recipe officially unlocked, which is nice. What we need is to take this one out. And this is going to be empty. And we just grab these and put them in here. Grab these, put them in here.
More eggs are launching. I wonder how many.
Probably 1 or 2. Yep, 2. Two rockets launched.
Interesting.
But these... Wow, we already chewed through all of that liquid. You can see these things are cruising. What I should do, change this. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's so goddamn fast that.
If I were to make a suggestion on something to change up here, because it looks like the powder is the slow part. Oh, and actually, yeah, it looks like these are. Oh, okay, yeah, this one's freezing up now and then. Right. Oh, that's because it's not getting the chunks. Oh wow, we already burned through all
And
those
that's
chunks.
yep, all the chunks.
Oof.
There it is. We got another 14,000 plate. But the research we want to do really quick. Now, all of these, every step is going to amplify that process. If we can get all 5 done before the new eggs. You can see now this is at 500 per second. Oh, there's the eggs. We're going to get the eggs before the 5th. Get a nice
Close.
even 50. Yeah, there it is. 50%. So instead of getting 14,000 more, now we're going to get 21,000. Oh, more than that, because yeah, this is amplified.
Yeah, it spills over into the next tiers, and yeah. Oh man, now this belt is gonna look pretty saturated in comparison.
And so with that batch, can we get the next one is 12,000.
Oh.
What we should do is
We have a little bit of trouble though.
what? Where?
We're out of processors. So there's eggs.
Yeah,
Eggs all over the place.
I didn't. What do you mean? All ooh. Could you go back? Could you go to Quillo and grab some processors to launch?
Yep.
Manually.
Kind of figured we'd end up doing that.
Yeah, I didn't have this thing on automatic, so it didn't automatically detect and do an interrupt, which would have normally happened. Because the ship, if you launch something at a ship, it doesn't leave orbit until stuff lands. So it would have pulled that in and immediately launched or sent off, because it would have detected like, oh, I'm out of processors, right? So it's like I could bump that up. I mean, 5,000 processors is not a lot. I don't know what our storage is on Aquilo, but we are going to need
8,000?
a lot. And yeah, now that we have a Promethium, we're going to be able to research productivity and that kind of stuff. So
You'll have to set up a request now from Davis for the processors.
You could just let's do processor. Oh, I can't. Well, this one, let's just do on the way 3600. Oh, there's 5,000. How? As soon as these arrive, I will reset it. can you turn the timer off on the launcher, please?
Sure. And that's just disable the constant combinator, right?
Yep.
The T. Okay.
Here we go.
Those little tricks we learn. Because otherwise, shutting off one of those things would be kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So how many processors do you think we want? I mean, should we go crazy and do like 80,000, 100,000 even?
Well,
Or should we scale it up slowly?
I mean, processors, I'm gonna be able to research productivity on them. So I don't think initially we want extreme amounts. But I'm gonna change this to a request of 10,000. So let's start there.
Okay.
Okay. I only have 6,000 plate left. So now we have 100% productivity on research itself. So as the labs process, right, now they're twice as effective. So we can go back to Promethium.
So that 45,000 we were doing before now is 90,000.
Yeah. Now it's insane. Do we have enough science packs for that? I don't know. But we want to make sure on the ship. I might have to tweak. Well, I don't really have to tweak, but
So it looks like we got about 7,000 of the Promethium plate.
yep. So now I need to come down here and do a wiring. I need to do a fail-safe for that problem that we just experienced. So the Promethium plate calculation is great. What we also need is a calculation on the quantum processor. We do quantum processors divided by 50. And we output Ghost. Okay. So Ghost is how many rockets worth of processors. Right? So we want, this one is calculating 12 skulls worth. So what we do is we remove that. We take a decider. We add in this value and this value. Right? And we say if Ghost is greater than skull, output skull. Okay. If ghost is less than skull, that means we don't have enough quantum processors to do what we want. That's a problem. But this is a failsafe and says, like, we only want 12. If we don't have enough quantum processors, I wish there was an else. That would an else would be so good with this. Like output skull, otherwise output something, right? That'd be so nice. But anyway, there's a sort of a taggy way that you can do it. You could take the signal in, multiply it by -1, and then whatever. But having an else, like output skull if this is true, output something else if the other thing is true. And that way, I could have a dynamic skull and just only send one or the other, right? I can't change this to a skull because then it would add up. It would add up the skulls together, and that would be really bad. So this should only be 12. So 4A12. It should be these 3 banks, or these 3 rows, I should say. This is a test. This is a test. Emergency egg launching system. Okay, so this should use all of the plate. Well, most of the plate. There'll be a little remainder. There'll be a few crafts worth of eggs. But in the machine, but
we could add that in, but that could also spell trouble.
yeah, yeah, it's fast. I usually had 3 belts. I usually had 3 belts output of Promethium science packs out of this machine because it's so goddamn fast. Remember, there's even modules toss in there. Okay, so yeah, that produced that produced a lot. And you can see 450 plate left. Okay, so now this needs to be less than 500. And item count, Promethium, legendary, equals 0. This is a very dangerous condition right? So, because this is the one that sends it to the shattered planet. So Promethium plates less than 500, because 500 is a single rocket's worth. So if we can't launch a single rocket to take care of it, then we're technically short. The plate itself, like, we can say, like, we can set it to like 250,000. But this would never trigger if we don't have enough holmium plate to actually trigger it. So if we set this to 250,000 Promethium plate, right, how many holmium does that take to actually produce that? We look at this, we take 1 holmium and we make 5 plate. So divide 250,000 divided by 5. That is 50,000 holmium, right? So then we come in here and we say, if holmium, right, we want to add also one of these. If holmium is less than 50,000, well, Holmium was less than 50,000. And Promethium legendary equals 0. Right. Which will usually mean we're parked on novice. But I don't know, 50,000. Request satisfied. So let's go. Let's save that. Set this request to 50. Right. We have plenty of space. We have more than enough space here. But if I set this to automatic. Oh yeah. Also, how many quantum processors are we going to need for 250,000 Promethium plate? Again, that's 25,000 crafts. So we're going to need 25,000 quantum processors. But we already have a failsafe on the surface. So 10,000, we can have 10,000. And then just zip over to Willow and back if we need more. Or when we need more. But, I don't know. We have a need for quantums. Quantums is less than 60. It's less than... Well, yeah, less than 60. And legendary Promethium. Let's make this like less than 50. That's a single rocket is 50. So this one won't trigger. This one might. This one, yeah. So this one is allowed. The Holmium version is allowed to interrupt other interrupts. Right. The Promethium plate is not, because this is the route that takes like an hour or more, because it has to go way out and then way back. So start it. Let the first 50 seconds pass, and then this ship should technically be automated.
Which is crazy. So many moving parts to these things.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. I could slow it down a little bit on the Shattered Planet route. So this here, no, where is it? Not equal to 0. This one here. It was getting a little bit spicy. This one would be, let's just do 111. Or 110. 110. This one is fine at 150. This is fine at 210. We researched a huge amount of shooting speeds for this, so these are going to be able to shoot way faster. It looks like we were low on some asteroids. I didn't do anything yet with the detection of Promethium on the planet. I have to think about that a little bit. But yeah, some people like have these ships go like really, really fast in order to like load it up with biter eggs and then send it there to try to craft the science packs with the biter eggs that you have on you. I know Nihlaus did that. And he had a failsafe where he just like literally voided his eggs if enough time went by and he didn't use them. So we had a timer that would trigger when he would leave orbit. And if, like, I don't know what the spoil timer is on eggs by default, but if it got close to that number, it just started unloading eggs out into space. It'd be funny if you, like, offloaded them on the ship, and so they were floating, something like this. They were, like, floating by, and they started hatching in the middle of space. And they just had these biters, like, floating. Okay, what do we are here for holmium. So we're getting in a huge load of that. And now, as you can see, we got it. Now we're headed deep into the shattered planet. So this is going to be... It's going to be busy for a little while. And yeah, by the time we get back, holmium should be nearly depleted, and then promethium plate should be many. I think this 280,000, we want to lower that because, yeah, 125,000. Because we're gonna I forgot about the trip back, right? So the trip there, like, we're gonna get 125,000, and then we're gonna turn around and we're gonna probably get nearly another 125,000. So I wanted to make sure, like, on our return trip we didn't run out and we had, plenty of space for gubbins. But anyway, we now have promethium. So if we want, this is still off. I just want to verify. Okay. Like, I don't know how much science we have lingering here. We have a little bit. We have 40,000. That is impressive.
Should you pick up some quantum processors on your way through Aquilo?
Not explicitly. When you set a destination and it passes through a planet, but the planet itself isn't a destination, it does not stop and do any requests.
Well, I meant for you. Do you think, since we're almost above it, I mean, it shouldn't really matter, but
right now, no. I want to make sure our fail safes and stuff are good to go. So now, I mean, there's 4,000 on there, and they're not going to get used until we get back to Navi anyway. So they would just take up space in storage that we can use for Promethium. We get it. So.
True. Oh, do you have the Promethium? Oh, the Promethium plate. Okay.
Yeah, the Promethium plate.
I was thinking the asteroids.
So let's never worry about red science ever again. We are at 300% productivity with reds.
And it doesn't say limit, so it must be able to go above it. Wait, no. Oh, you're doing green now. Okay.
It's hard to keep up. Let's click faster. Where's military? There it is.
I wasn't sure if you were even going to bother with that one.
I mean, why not? It is
Yeah,
a science pack. Okay. We're gonna get 5 of the other ones each because they're a little bit more expensive. Just a teeny bit. And then I mean, mythic quality. I mean, that's 1,000,000 science. That's no laughing matter.
Yeah. As nice as it would be, I think we gotta put that off to at least next.
Yeah, that'll be next stream. Is going to be the focus on taking what we have and ramping it up. This one we don't need. This is the base game one. We don't need that one. Okay. Red. We have it 30. Okay, now I think. Used about 20,000, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that'd be another really good one.
I'm only doing 5 of these because I mean they start at pretty high amount, and so it's a little iffy.
Honestly, the ammoniacal solution, I'd put that out one off till later. The fluoroketone, I think, would be more important. Even like the solid fuel one, you know, we're not hurting for crude there right now.
Right, but the solid fuel is a good sink of the ammonia to keep the ammoniacal going. Like, it's a delicate balance. So if you do one, you probably want to do another because everything's basically balanced around the same sort of values. Yeah, it's just hard. It's hard to know which one to do.
Getting ammoniacal is it ammoniacal or
Ammonia?
ammonia? Yeah, getting the ammonia is pretty easy. All you do is void the ice.
Right.
Whereas voiding the solution is, or the ammonia is more difficult.
True.
Those are going to be some good ones. Unfortunately, you kind of have diminishing returns from them.
I mean, these are 120-second crafts, I think. And we're at 50,000 a minute right now.
Yeah.
Now we're at 52,000 a minute. Like, 54,000. So every time I crap this, it's another 2,000 a minute. And these are, I believe, 120.
Yep.
So I think we actually have enough. I think. To
What
research,
one are you looking for?
to research the logistics. I'd like to research this. It's 100,000. We have 150% productivity, 50% science. So that is. Does that multiply to 300% productivity, or like 300%? And then on top of that, we have we have legendary, which themselves are worth 6. Right? So this, we've got 17 in there. 17k. Multiply that by 6. That is 6 times 7. 42. Yeah, that's over 100. We have enough to at least unlock it. What I want to do is I want to unlock it to give me time to design the ship between now and next stream. Between now and Saturday. Because it's going to be a royal pain in the ass, so I want to be able to research that now.
Yeah.
That's a 60-second craft, which should give us a good idea of what our science is. We are at 113,000 science a minute right now. Roughly 10% of what eventually I want to be. So now we got to figure out how we're going to push it over the edge. We're going to need many more of the biolabs and mythic quality.
That 17,000 in there accounts for 510,000.
When you do all the productivity and stuff?
Yep. Yeah, because it's 17,000 times like the 6, like you said, so that's 102, and then you multiply it by the biolabs. Biolabs have a drain, so you double it because it's only a 50% drain. So each bottle counts for 2, and then the product or the research productivity, you have 150%, but it's 150% bonus to productivity. So you'd multiply it by 2.5, and you end up with 510. And then you account for the fact that there's probably another 10, maybe 20,000 on the belts alone. We probably
easily.
could have even done Mythic.
Yeah, we could have done Mythic, but that I wanted to. When we do Mythic, it's going to take 10 minutes at 100,000 a minute. But I definitely want to do that near the beginning of a stream, and so we can tackle it all on stream. Same with logistics. That's going to be so. Then now what we're going to do as far as like future streams, we're at 10%, right around 10% of our goal. So between productivity, it's not like science productivity itself, which is going to become fairly expensive. And then Mythic, which allows us to expand like the number of labs we have and not need 7 bazillion belt, because when each science pack is worth 11 of a science pack, now you can do 11 times what you can do. So and we built all of these setups with Mythic in mind. So I want to spend the next couple days babysitting the Promethium ship here, which is already on its way to get Promethium. So that didn't take long to get the edge. And yeah, we're going to start the process. We're already getting a little bit. Look at that. We got up to 500 already. Or we started with like 450. It's not as impressive. But I did slow it down. But with our newfound craziness, we could do 4 million. Right? And make our missiles even better. That way we need fewer.
It's funny watching this estimate just shave off the hours. If you
oh yeah, you watch this as it goes. It's just like I don't know what it started at, but
I think I saw it at over 12.
Yeah, it goes up slowly because it has to repopulate the belt with ag science because I don't leave ag science sitting in the belt. So it's like it goes up a little slower than if I would have left ag science on the belt just sitting
there. And plus the estimated time there is based off of the average production for the past 10 minutes?
No, it's
Something
1
like
minute.
that? 1 minute?
I
Okay.
determined it's a 1 minute rolling average. Because as soon as that number hits, as soon as it plateaus, right? You can see it plateau. As soon as that gets near that 1, then it tells you how many science. Right? So it's like,
Okay.
So we're gonna crest at about 113,000. So you can see the science per minute getting closer and closer. And we take a 4 million research, and it turns it into a 40-minute. Still though, 40 minutes at 4 million. But now all of our science packs that we're using, they're all productive. Well, we have 50% a minimum on all the science packs. So I'm sure we're going to need to tweak some of our setups, or at least expand them, because it's going to be insane how much science we're able to produce. Crazy. But yeah, there we go. We are at 113. 112,870.
Yeah, it looks like that estimate is leveled off now.
Yep.
A little over a half hour.
What did it start at? Did you catch what it started at?
I think it was 12 hours estimated, but I mean, that's when we were getting a trickle of research in too. So.
Yep. And now, yeah, see this. These are not well defined. Oh, I wish. I would need to read what's on this belt and then control a second inserter. Because what I would want to do is, as soon as it starts, if the belt has under X amount, use both inserters. But as soon as it hits a certain amount, I want to stop the second inserter and only use one. Obviously, one inserter is enough, right? So when the belt gets so big or so full, just stop with the second inserter. That way you don't have one inserter just sitting there, basically with the science not able to unload and rotting. And I can't make it use the other lane because that would prevent the other inserter, right? So it just moves the problem to a different inserter. Problem persists. But yeah, like we are not needing to craft like huge volumes of research because of that productivity. Sustained 112,000. Oh, crazy how much research that is. So if we look at this, we're doing pretty good. How's our holmium doing? We're barely making a dent. We're not nearly deep enough right now, so Promethium is not as dense as it is at 300,000. As soon as this triggers, it'll turn around and head back to normal. What I like about this, at least this part of the way that they implemented this, you don't have to get to the shattered planet in order for this to actually run. It'll turn around before then, which is nice. But yeah, anyway, that is going to do it for this stream, everybody. We are 10% of our goal. We made a huge leap today. Basically quadrupling our science. And yeah, so we went from about 23,000 to now 112,000 science per minute. So I hope next stream we can push even harder. We'll have to come up with some strategies to think of how to do that. But yeah, anyway, that's going to do it for this stream. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today or any day. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, and consider being a patron or channel member and supporting the channel that way, and even joining and helping on these lovely missions. But otherwise, I hope everybody has a great rest of the week, and see you all on Saturday.